greatest of all teachers and giver of love, hope, faith, and wisdom, look upon your children, the teachers, learners, parents, guardians, and out-of-school youth and adults. We humbly ask for your mercy and forgiveness. Guide us to the right path. May our efforts be blessed with insights and understanding, wisdom and respect for all. Bless us with patience, for the path of learning is never easy. Bless our commitment to keep on learning new knowledge and experiences. Let your light shine upon us as we make our world a better place to live in. Amen.
DepEd Vision. We dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country and whose values and competencies enable them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to building the nation. As a learner-centered public institution, the Department of Education continuously improves itself to better serve its stakeholders. DepEd mission: to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner. Administrators and staff, as stewards of the institution, ensure an enabling and supportive environment for effective learning to happen. Family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. DepEd core values: maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa.
Isang masayang pagbati na may ngiti sa aking mga labi. Naghahanap ba kayo ng makakatuwang sa pagre-review ng inyong anak? Meron yan sa DepEd. Ang Itulay online tutorial ay libre at handog ng ating kagawaran sa pangunguna ng OUA ICTS EdTech. Ito ay isang proyektong makatutulong sa mga mag-aaral, katuwang ang mga magulang o kasama sa kani-kanilang tahanan para masagutan at maunawaan ang mga modules. Hangad din ng programang Itulay ang matulungan ang ating mga guro sa kanilang mga blended learning classes. Ang ating Itulay ay mula kinder hanggang senior high school. Bukod sa academics, meron din tayong mga special programs gaya ng All is Wellness, Reading and Math Remediation, Storytelling, Mommy Tech Talks, Classes sa Gramatika, Speech Class, Financial Literacy, at marami pang iba. Pinalawig din ng Itulay ang ating Alive program para sa mga mag-aaral mula grade 1 hanggang grade 3. Gayon din ay mayroon tayong ALS program at SPED tutorials na makasisigurong makakamit ng lahat ang inclusive education. May SPED hotline na rin para sa inyong mga katanungan patungkol sa special education. Kaya, subaybayan mula Lunes hanggang Biyernes, mula 9 ng umaga hanggang 7 ng gabi ang ating Itulay. Sa ating pagtutulungan, maiaangat natin ang bawat isa. Ating itutulay ang pagkatuto upang di mapigil ang pag-aaral ng kabataang Pilipino. Itulay natin ito, sulong edukalidad.
you go. Good morning to our administrators, librarians, educators, and reading enthusiasts. This is Teacher May, one of your EdTech specialists from SDO Navotas. On the second leg of our webinar series, we continue to celebrate and underscore the importance of reading to our lives and the future of our learners. I am joined today by my dear teacher friends, Ma'am Drace from SDO Pasig and Ma'am Mary Rose from SDO Valenzuela.
A very pleasant and blessed Saturday morning to all the dedicated educators and fellow reading advocates who are watching us today. I am Mrs. Drazel C. Sexton from Mangahan High School, from Schools Division Office of Pasig City, and I will be one of the hosts for this day. I hope that you will be with us until the last minute of this very special reading webinar that the Department of Education has prepared for you. So here you will be learning more about the value of reading and how we can also encourage others to discover the love for reading as well.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Teachers, parents, home facilitators, our dear students from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We are all very excited to come up today and be able to listen to the best practices of our guest speakers this morning. So just sit tight and take notes if you can, and let's listen as we learn something new and what we have all been wanting to learn about what we can have for this National Reading Month 2021.
I cannot agree anymore, Teacher Mary Rose. Now, before we greet some of our early participants on the comment section, would you like to greet important people, Ma'am Drace and Ma'am Mary Rose, from your respective divisions? Take this
Yes, of
opportunity to greet
course.
them.
From SDO Pasig, we would like to greet, of course, one of our viewers, the very special, our SDS, Ma'am Eva Lu Concepcion, and of course, all the team, all the administrators of SDO Pasig, and to my very supportive principal from Mangahan High School, Ma'am Monette P. Vega, and my department head also, Ma'am Seni Aklan. Hello, and to all the English teachers and the teachers of Mangahan High School who are with us today. A very, very special shout out to all of you. Thank you very much for viewing.
How
Yes, me
about you,
too,
Ma'am
if
Mary
I may
Rose?
greet them too. Good
Yes.
morning to all Valenzuelanos watching right now. Special greetings to our SDO Valenzuela, headed by our beloved Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Meliton P. Zervano,
Wow.
those leading us in our PSDSS, our EPSS.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I will not fail to mention our district supervisor here in the South District, Dr. Florita Armatic, our beloved principal consultant here in the South District in English Reading and Journalism, Ma'am Rosalinda Quilates, and last but not least, my beloved principal, Ma'am Corazon Vitan Felix. Special thanks to Sir Froy Kiambao, our staff who has graciously um, welcomed me here in Bitik Elementary School here right now on a Saturday, a perfect Saturday indeed for everyone.
Yes, that is right. And now we will move on to greeting some of our early participants. Now, I would
Okay.
like to greet Ma'am Ellen Balingit Estakaan, Vanji R, Ma'am Vanji, Ma'am Rachel Lagan, Sherilyn Arviola, Arlene
Mhm.
Cañete, Ma'am Arlene Alvarado, Riza Olivar Cabacaba, and Ma'am Jasmine Vinanua. Please share this webinar to your colleagues so we can all together learn this Saturday. How about you, Ma'am Trace, who are our early participants that you can see on the comment
Yes,
section?
we are already flooded with a lot of educators from
That's right.
different parts of the Philippines. So we have teachers here from um, Dalahican Elementary School in Lucena City. We also have from Urdaneta City in Pangasinan and from Claver District. And we also have from Zamboanga. So that's from Luzon,
Wow.
Visayas, and
And Mindanao.
Mindanao.
Yes.
Yes.
How about you, Ma'am Rose?
Yeah, I
Who
got a
can you
lot of
see on the comment section?
yes, I could see a lot of our students watching right now. Hello, Matthew and Zyril Rebolledo. And special greetings to all our reading advocates from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Our beloved executive director and fellow reading advocates in Pinoy reading bodies who are watching right now, and all the Museo Pambata volunteers as well, and my
Mm-hmm.
fellow workshop coordinators in Pinoy reading bodies. Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, once again to our dear participants, please share our webinar series so we can learn all together this Saturday. And I am very much happy that I am accompanied by reading advocates like Mom Draze and Mom Mary Rose. Later, they will be also sharing with us their best practices and valuable experience as teachers and readers themselves.
Yes.
Yes, that is very, very correct, Tutor May. So let us now proceed to the main part of the webinar for today. That would be the array of presentations from different speakers, coming from various places in the Philippines.
Now, if we learned about new perspectives on the teaching of reading in light of the emerging technologies and time tested philosophies, we will now be enlightened on the sharing of best strategies and practices in teaching reading and improving learners' literacy. So, fellow teachers and reading advocates, jot down those important notes so we can come up with our best plan and action plans, rather, for our National
Mhm.
Reading Month and our school reading programs.
So let us begin with our first speaker. Let us not keep them waiting. We will be having for our first speaker Dr. Maria Martha Manet A. Madrid. She is the director of the Basic Education Department of Lyceum Northwestern University in Dagupan City, Philippines. She is also the program head of the Doctor of Philosophy program of the Institute of Graduate and Professional Studies of Lyceum Northwestern University. She also served as principal of the Basic Education in Pan Pacific University and Dean of the College of Teacher Education. She has been in the academe for 24 years and counting. She is a skilled lecturer for local and international conferences, chairperson of various academic events, advisor, consultant for different clubs and organizations, editor, and book author. At present, she is the vice president of the Association of Private Sector Colleges and Universities, or APSCU, Metro Dagupan chapter. She is also an author of books in English, and just recently she published her book Reading and Writing for 21st Century Learners. She received a bachelor's degree in secondary education major in English and also finished a bachelor's degree in law. So just imagine that. In addition, she also earned her master's degree in communication arts in English, as well as her Doctor of Education, major in educational management at Pangasinan State University. She also attended graduate studies in Master in Development Management and Master of Arts in Education, major in Special Education in the same university, and Doctor of Philosophy and Linguistics in the University of the Philippines. Recently, she just finished a course in Inclusive Leadership, the Power of Workplace Diversity from the University of Colorado. Friends, let us all welcome our first speaker, Dr. Maria Martha Manet A. Madrid. Let us give her a virtual round of applause.
Good morning, Ma'am Martha. Good morning po.
Good
I met
morning,
Doc
ma'am.
I met Dr. Madrid in one of the conferences held by iStar,
Morning.
and yes, ma'am. And when I heard her speak, I told to myself I will include her if there will be webinar series for teachers that will be conducted by the Department of Education. And now she's here with us again, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. Loud and
ma'am.
clear.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm having a problem with sharing the presentation. It says that my browser is having a problem with sharing it. Can you just share it then at your
Yes,
end?
ma'am.
Yes, please
Mm-hmm.
do. So
To
I do
our
not need,
technical directors,
yeah,
please share the
so that
presentation
I
of
do not
Ma'am
need
Madrid.
to figure out how to share it. Can you can share it for me?
Okay, ma'am. Here you go. While we are waiting now for your presentation to be flashed on the screen, can you give us a bit of a like a review of what you will be talking about this morning?
Yeah, I would like to talk about how to teach reading, actually including writing in the distance modality, which comprise of for the public we have your MDL and mostly for private school we have ODL. So I hope that I could give an enlightenment. How are you supposed to share your lesson in this different
Mm-hmm.
modality so it can be the students would have an engaging and enriching and relevant lesson for the day because they've already been bombarded with so many modules,
Mm-hmm.
so they need things to be really, you know, interesting and enriching and engaging. So I hope my suggestions based from my book can actually assist you in this matter. So thank you so much
Uh,
for that. So
yes, ma'am. And I think your presentation
we're
is
ready.
flashed on the screen
Okay.
now.
Thank
Yes.
you so much for flashing that for me. Say so. My gratitude to the organizers. So thank you for inviting me today. So allow me to share my enthusiasm with my topic. Please go with the next slide. Can you just see this sign and means okay that you have to move it? Okay, so say. So allow me to share my enthusiasm with my topic, teaching, reading, and writing in the new normal. You can see the recent book I published, Reading and Writing for the 21st Century Learners. So, hello, I am Maria Martha in Madrid. Can you please go with the next slide? You just see my hand here. It means that you have to move on, right? Okay. So hello, as I said, as the speaker have said, I'm the head of the basic education of Lyceum. Recently, I am the program head of the Doctor of Philosophy program for the IGBS program. I was a dean of the College of Teacher Education in Pan Pacific University, and now I'm the vice president of the Association for Private Sector Colleges and Universities in Pangasinan. I love giving presentation, be it locally, national, or international. And of course, it is my passion to write. That's why I've written some books already. And the recent one, as I said, would be teaching, reading, and writing in the 21st century. Okay. Today, we will talk about reading and writing in the distance learning modality. Move on, please. Please watch my hands. I am reversing, so you just have to follow me. Okay, so no, you had too much. Okay, so we shall talk about the teaching, reading, and writing. There is an added topic. I would also like to include writing here in distance learning modality first for the MDL or the modular distance learning. And of course, for most private school, we have online distance learning or the ODL. Our focus is how to teach reading and writing. We are not going to talk about learning content here for reading and writing because we have experts in curriculum development. So it is not my job to teach you about the learning content. I just like to share to you how are you supposed to teach your reading and writing. Now, but instead I shall recommend books and ebooks where you can get your learning content. So allow me first to define distance learning modality as recently defined by DepEd or the Executive Department of the Philippine Government. So this, which is responsible for ensuring access to, promoting equity, and improving the quality of basic education. So distance learning refers to the learning delivery modality where learning takes place between the teacher and the learners who are geographically removed from each other during instruction. And there are three types of distance learning. So we have, of course, the modular distance learning or the MDL. It involves individualized instruction that allows learner to use self-learning modules or as you say it, SLMs in print or digital form or electronic. Okay. Whichever is applicable in the context of the learner and other learning resources like learner's material textbook, activity sheets, study guides, and other study materials. Then we have the second one. Okay. So learners can access electronic copies of learning materials on a computer, tablet, PC, or smartphone, CDs, DVDs, USB storage, and computer-based application that that can all be used to deliver e-learning materials, including ebooks. The teacher takes the responsibility of monitoring the progress of the learners. That is what you're doing right now, right? The learners may ask assistance from the teacher via email, telephone, text messages, instant messages, etc. I know you're spending your own money in doing the text messages for your students. Where possible, the teacher shall also do home visit. I salute the teachers who are actually doing home visit right now in times of the pandemic, which of course the students who needs remediation or assistance. So any member of the family or other stakeholder in the community needs to serve as what we call the para teacher. And we go to the next. The second one is the online distance learning. Okay, it features the teacher as facilitator. So engaging learners' active participation through the use of various technologies assessed through the internet while they are geographically removed from each other during instruction. So the internet is used to facilitate the learner, teacher, and peer-to-peer communication here. Online learning allows live synchronous instruction. It requires participants to have good and stable internet connection. It is more interactive than the other types of distance learning, of course. The responses are real time. Okay. The learners may download materials from the internet, complete and submit assignments online, attend webinars and virtual classes. This is practiced effectively by using, of course, LMS or the Learning Management System or any related technology. The DepEd Commons and LR portal fall in this category. And then we have the last, which is, of course, you're very good at the TV and the radio-based instruction. It utilizes self-learning modules converted to video lessons for television-based instruction and SLM converted the radio script for radio-based instruction. And I have watched so much of these video lessons and radio-based instruction. They are very good. Congratulations to DepEd for that. Now, we shall explore teaching reading and writing in those modalities. Please go to the next slide, please. Some of the most underrated skills nowadays are critical reading and effective writing of materials. So this is the fact. It is underrated. Critical reading and effective writing are underrated skills right now. Okay. Including poetry, short stories, novels, and other fictional books. Despite the importance of these skills inside or outside their academe, there are still people who think that reading non-fictional text and reference materials and writing academic papers and professional correspondence are tedious and not even worthwhile. And you go to the please click. Okay. Despite the importance of this, as I said, in order to change the perspective, so we have to change the perspective, this type of perspective, that thinking that reading and writing are not worth it and they're not worthwhile. So you have to change the perspective among people who may include your students and even you as well. Please click. So this is how. Okay, go ahead with the next slide, please. So how are you supposed to change the perspective? First, you look for materials for the teaching content. As I said, I'm not going to teach about the learning content because you have your learning content. I'm not going to dictate you on what you are supposed to teach in your reading classes and your writing classes. Just make sure that you have quality material for your teaching content. The second one, please. Okay. Look for delivery that aims to develop students' interest in reading and writing, which in turn will help enhance their critical reading, critical thinking, and reasoning skills. So it's up for your teachers. You have the material, then you should have also the delivery. Look for the delivery that would develop the interest of your students in the reading and writing lesson. And lastly, moreover, materials like books or even ebook that will be able to acquire the knowledge and skills in reading and writing. So take note of that three. Look for material for your teaching content. You have to have a good teaching content. Then you look for the delivery material. So what are you supposed to use? And the third one, of course, you could have the support system. The support system could be your books or ebooks or games, interactive, materials in the internet or downloadable materials. Okay. So as I said, I'm going to suggest to you things for your teaching, reading, and writing. Let's begin with the 7 components in teaching and writing in distance learning that is applicable for individualized instruction that allows learner to use self-learning modules in print or, as I said, or digital format, electronic copy. Of course, as defined earlier, self-learning modules makes use of computer-based applications and digital interactive learning activities and games. This part shall be discussed, of course, later. Let's start with the first. Let's engage. As I said, I'm not going to tell you what is the proper chronological order of your lesson plan. In my book, I have categorized it into 7. It's up for you teachers to decide which part of your lesson plan falls under these 7 components. But please listen to the components because there are instances when I read modules from schools, there are tendency that you try to change the level of understanding in terms of the chronological order of how are you supposed to teach the content and deliver your lesson in reading and in your writing. So let's start with let's engage. Please try to relate which part of your lesson plan falls under let's engage. So please, let's engage evaluates the student's prior knowledge. Please move the slide. No, not move. Just click. Okay. So it evaluates the student's prior knowledge regarding the topic to be discussed and or builds their interest in the lesson. So which part of your lesson plan is that? You evaluate the student's prior knowledge. So that should be that it should be one of the first component of your lesson plan in teaching, reading, and writing. That's supposed to be let's engage. And then the second one is let's learn. Okay. Which part of your lesson plan falls under let's learn? Please click. It gives a comprehensive discussion of the topic in the lesson. So are you getting me? Are you getting what I'm talking here? I'm not suggesting the part because if I'm going to put here the parts of your lesson plan, a division office might quote me, this is how we do it, this is how we do this is the arrangement. So I just put up a components that will identify which part of your lesson plan are you doing it in this way. So let's engage and then let's learn. Let's learn gives a comprehensive discussion of the topics in the lesson. And then we have let's practice. Wow. I've seen a lot of this and let's practice. It's just that sometimes you interchange let's practice, let's apply, and then let's evaluate. So let's practice means you are assessing the understanding of all the topics discussed in the entire lesson. It could consist of individual activity, pair activity, or even group activities. So that's the practice. You are assessing the understanding of the topic by doing some individual activity, pair activity, or group activity. And then we have number 4, let's apply. Okay, what does let's apply in your lesson plan? It says here, it aims to enrich your learning. I'll give you an example of a lesson later applying these things. Okay, so let's apply. It aims to further enrich your learning. Now, number 5. Number 5 is let's enhance. Okay. Let's enhance means it serves as the final activity to be done. It could be done at home. It assesses the student's application of the 21st century skills. Take note of that. That let's practice can be in a form of activity. Number 5 can also be in a form of activity, but take note of the term it aims. The activity for let's enhance, it aims to develop or assess the student's application of the 21st century skills. I said I'll also show you later an examples for you to understand what do I mean by the difference of that let's practice and let's enhance. And then we have number 6. Let's summarize. Okay. This is missing in some of the modules that I have evaluated so far. Appears at the end of every unit. It consists of the key ideas and key concepts discussed in the entire unit. I'll tell you the significance of let's summarize. And lastly, let's evaluate. Again, this is different from let's enhance, let's practice. Let's evaluate. It evaluates the overall learning at the end of each unit. I'll give you examples of this. Let's evaluate later. Through all these components, it is hoped that students will be able to grasp the importance of reading and writing in their lives, not only as a student but also professional, future professionals. After all, reading and writing are two skills that are not only applicable in the academe and in the corporate world, but also relevant in their day-to-day living as you use them to communicate and express your thoughts with others. Let us try a lesson in reading. This is a sample lesson from my book, Lesson 1. Okay, allow me to read the objectives as it is significant in the next components. So lesson 1, text as a connected discourse. At the end of the lesson, you will be able to differentiate text from discourse. Define connected discourse. Distinguish different rules in connected discourse and describe text as connected discourse. So this is a sample lesson. Now let's explore the components. Let's engage. Please, the next slide, please. Okay. Okay, it says there in the let's engage, let discuss your understanding and or opinion about the statement below with your seatmate, okay, or your groupmate. Love is just a word until someone comes along and gives it meaning. You never fail until you stop trying. Confidence breeds beauty. Two things prevent us from happiness: living in the past and observing others. The sole equality on earth is death. Remember that let's engage evaluates the students' prior knowledge regarding the topic to be discussed and builds their interest in the lesson. You can think of any other way to do it, but it should be interactive reading activity, something that will stimulate them to listen and participate. That's engage. So we have that in our module. Reflect which part of your lesson plan is that. Then number 2, let's learn. Can we move to the next slide? Remember that let's learn gives a comprehensive discussion of the topics in the lesson. Okay. This is a sample. Content is taken again from my book, Reading and Writing in the 21st Century Learners. Take note, however, that when you start discussing, follow your objective. Can we go back to the objective? Can you please go back to the slide? I think the sample lesson plan. Okay. Okay. Yes. Take note of this. We said at the end of the lesson, you will be able to differentiate text from discourse. Can I go back to that? Learn, please? Please move the slide. Okay. Okay, at the end of the lesson, as we said, we will be able to differentiate text from discourse. Did you see the first discussion about this objective? It's highlighted there. It's even in bold letter. Comparison between text and discourse. So am I aligned with my objective? Because I cannot go with the second objective and the third objective if we haven't complied with the first objective. That's the rule. So that's learn. You can continue with this discussion as to your objective. Do not just copy paste your lesson in your modules. Be consistent. Align your discussion with your objectives because objectives are supposed to be chronological according to the level of understanding. Okay, so this is the crucial part. After every objective, teacher should place learning activities. Can we go to the next slide? This is still part of the let's learn. The crucial part because you have to have a learning activity. You should insert there. Why? Why? Learning activities are designed to develop learning that supports the course outcomes. You can decide on what type of activity you want. As long as the purpose is to support your course outcomes or objectives. It is supposed to support and not serve as comprehensive discussion of the topics in the lesson. Because what I usually see now in the comprehensive discussion of the lesson, they do it in learning activities. Their lessons are already in multiple choice. So are you telling me that your lesson is now discussed in a multiple choice type? There is no more let's learn in terms of this discussion of the details. You are definitely doing the learning activities that contains your lesson. That is not supposed to be. So because you should first have the let's learn. You know, I read one module. I don't want to mention the school, but it's the lesson were in a learning activity. It was in a identification time, filling the blank. But then when I was looking where to find the answer for this one, I couldn't find it because there is no part of the discussion of the details of the lesson. There were just learning activities. So how in the world would that student be able to answer your learning activities when there is no let's learn in your module? And you are you expecting that your students would just do an self realization that she or she has to go to the internet and research about the topic? It is your job to make sure that there is that let's learn, because it's the word learn, they have to learn from your module before you really come up with those support the learning activities that you have. And then the third one, let's practice. Okay, let's practice. As defined earlier, this assesses the understanding of all the topics discussed in the entire lesson. As I said, it could consist of individual activity. In this example, it is an individual activity. Then it could also be in pair or group activity. The teacher decides. The teacher also use here computer-based apps that could be or interactive reading activities that can be allowed. And then number 4, let's practice. Let's apply. Okay, let's apply. This part aims to further enrich your learning. How? How? Look at this image. You make use of illustrations. You can make use of drills. Or as long as it gives the learner the opportunity to relate, express, and apply what they have learned. It's not a repeated activity or an exercise or exercises or assessment, meaning another multiple choice, another filling the blanks. No, it is something that they could relate, that they could express and apply what they have learned. So we call it let's apply. Okay, and then number 5, let's enhance. Okay, let's do this. This serves as the final activity. Again, it can be done at home or later. But take note of what I am saying. It is supposed to assess the student's application of the 21st century skills. Take note of the 21st century skills. It is what our curriculum tells about. You develop the 21st century skills of our students. In here, skills like research skills, because if you look into the Let's Enhance there, it has about research. So what is being developed here is the research skills, even the writing skills. But look at the bottom, standards. Okay, the standards is also important in this. You should write or explain how are you supposed to score the activity through coming up with the rubrics. You are familiar with rubrics, right? Go with the next slides, please. So this is, of course, just to define, rubric is a scoring tool that explicitly describes the instructor's or the teacher's performance expectation for an activity or a piece of work. Please include this in your module. You have to give them the rubrics or what we call the standard on how are you supposed to score the activity in that let's enhance. Okay. And then we have let's summarize, the second to the last. Let's summarize. Appears at the end of every unit. Okay, it consists of key ideas and key concepts discussed in the entire unit. Why do we need to summarize? It gives it occupies space. But you see, summarizing teaches learners how to discern the most important ideas in the text, how to ignore irrelevant information, and how to integrate the central ideas in a meaningful way. It improves the memory for what is read. That's why we need let's summarize. And the last part, lastly, we have let's evaluate. This evaluates your overall learning at the end of each unit. There are 4 types of testing in schools today. We have the diagnostic, formative, benchmark, summative. In this lesson, it is a summative test. Testing is used to check the end of the year course to assess how much students' contents learn over. In general, in a lesson plan evaluation helps you evaluate every student's individual activities in your subject area. And most importantly, it is important to assess and adapt your activities to ensure that they are effective as they can be. At this point, can you go to the next? I would still want to emphasize to you the 7 components, but this time, let me just have a quick view of a sample lesson in writing presented following the 7 components. Again, the contents are taken from my book, excuse me for the content. So lesson 1 is book review and article critic. So at the end of the lesson, you should be able to define what a book review is and explain its purpose and the rest of the objectives. I'm reading the first part because in the Let's Learn, I would like you to emphasize that I am aligning my Let's Learn with my objectives. Okay, let's move to the next slide, please. So this time it's let's engage. Let's repeat. So let's engage. So how will you describe this engagement activity? Bring one book and article that you enjoy reading on the space provided below. Write your general information about each of them and the reason why you enjoy reading them. Share it to the class of what you have written. Okay. How will you describe this engagement activity? It started with reading and then it ends in free writing. Okay. So do you think they will be engaged here? Say. And then let's go to the next part, which is let's learn. Okay. What did we say about discussion? Follow your objectives as you proceed with the discussion. If we check the objective in lesson 1, it says there that we are supposed to define book review and then it's explain its purpose. So you will see in the text, in the let's learn, I am aligning my let's learn or the discussion of my lesson in my objectives. Okay. And then we have, of course, assess the understanding of all the topics discussed in the entire lesson. Let's practice. Again, let's practice. It consists of individual activity. It could be in pair activity or even group activities. And then the next, let's apply. Okay, let's apply aims to further enrich your learning. Can be in illustrations, drills, as long as it gives the learners the opportunity to relate, express, and apply what they have learned. You can be as creative as you can in the let's practice. You will test your creativity and imagination in let's practice. And then let's apply. Ayan. Let's apply, of course. Okay, this one is a Venn diagram. As I said, it's your call, teachers. It's your call. This is the time for you to express your creativity and your imagination in your lesson presentation. Okay. And then we have that let's enhance. Serve as the final activity, as I said, can be done at home or later. Just make sure that you are supposed to develop the 21st century skills of your students, whatever skills that is. Okay. And then we have your let's summarize. Okay. Appears at the end of every lesson. It consists of key ideas and key concept discussed in the entire unit. I was reading here, the activity should not be jam packed. That is true. That's why I'm saying to you, you have to differentiate. Let's practice, let's apply, let's enhance, and later let's evaluate. Because you might be using the same activity all throughout your lesson and take note of the difference. Because as I said in that let's enhance, it's a different thing because what your aim in this activity for let's enhance is to develop the 21st century skills and not testing what is their understanding. Okay. So there is an additional factor for that. And of course, the let's summarize, as we said, it consists of the key ideas in key concept discussed in the entire unit. You have to do this because they have to learn to remove they have to distinguish which one is the of most importance in the lesson. And then, of course, finally, let's evaluate. Okay, evaluate your overall learning at the end of each unit. As I said, it could be in a summative test, formative test, whatever you decide. In this component, teacher decides to do an essay as a way to evaluate the student. Through all these components, it is hoped that students will be able to grasp the significance of reading and writing. After all, reading and writing are two skills that are not only applicable in the academe and in the corporate world, but also relevant in the day-to-day living as we use them to communicate and express your thoughts with others. Now, imagine the teaching and learning experience with the newest innovative suite of educational resources. Whether you're going to use in teaching, reading, and writing in online distance learning. So let's try the online distance learning because private schools mostly private schools have online distance learning. It has to be an educational platform that is trusted by the schools and the teachers nationwide. As teachers, we have to evaluate. And in doing this, there are suggestions for learning platforms because you have to make use of some of those in the educational platforms. What I'm about to show you is based from the learning management system, okay, which is based on my observation, should be true to all educational platforms. So please go with the next slide. So this is what I'm trying to say. So all educational platforms, be it games or whatsoever applications, it is, I think this should be observed. It should be engaging. That's the first. The second one, it should be flexible. It should be accessible. The third one. And the fourth, enriching. And lastly, it should be relevant. Whatever type of educational platform you're using, interactive digital activities and games, it should have the four. Teachers should evaluate this because the applications or those platforms will not tell you that one is missing. Of course, they will always tell you ours is the best. But as teachers, you will always have to do the evaluation to check if it's engaging, if it's flexible, accessible, enriching, and even if it's even relevant. Okay. This means, so let's start with the first. Let's begin with the first. It should be engaging. This means that it should be interactive. Curriculum-based content, take note of that. Even engaging means it should also be curriculum-based content, which can be used for asynchronous or even synchronous learning sessions. This also means, please click. Okay. This also means it's a ready-made resources to create lesson plans. I'm helping you out here because it should be something that would help you out to create your lesson plan. And lastly, it should also implement performance made. One more click. It should also implement performance-based assessments and connect to learners through the collaboration tools such as, go with the collaboration tools. You can always go for survey, blog, forum, announcement board, message board, podcast. Okay, you're familiar with this. Engaging means students can access additional resources for reading and writing, such as digital versions of literary classics. And there are a lot on the net. To make it easier to find exactly what you need, I've broken this list. I have broken down some lists materials. The first section is the site that best selection for fiction, in my opinion. Well, some are just amazing modern and visual types. So we have here the magic keys. Go on, just click it. Okay, so there. This site has a number of online books broken into categories for the young children, for the older children, and the young adults. While, just click it. While this isn't the most modern looking website, it does have good content. An added advantage is that many of the books includes audio. That's important also. Audio, so that students can have a model for reading. Be sure to check out the great riddles and other resources as well. Then we have number 2, the Project Gutenberg. This site is a massive open library of classics. Just click it. It can be harder to navigate for young learners. You'll find a lot of books here, like Bobsy Twins. Okay, this site have older titles for public domain. So if you're wanting to find Harry Potter in this one, you'll not find it. However, if you're looking for a great site to access some classics during distance learning, you'll find this site has exactly what you need. And the third one, we have the Open Library. I know some of you have used this. The Open Library is an open editable library where you can download free ebooks without registration. Because you will be required to do registration. So you really have to look for website that's not require you so much of verification and all that. It has more than 1 million free ebooks ready for download. It encourages users to contribute even resources and edit the various contents on site. So it will keep the ebook current and educative. So this is the Open Library. The fourth one is the Free Tech Book. Go on with the next one. Free Tech Book is very similar to freecomputerbooks.com. It offers free computer science books, textbooks, and lectures notes legally. Okay. So after checking this website clearly, you notice that there are books that you can only read online, but there are also others that you can download without the registration. I'm always pointing out with the registration. Most of these downloads books are in PDF format. because I have downloaded some. And then we have number 5, the Planet Book. Planet ebook has a very clear interface and a good selection of famous classic ebooks in PDF. Okay, see? Okay, you will find their displays on the different books that you can have. Okay, and then of course, who would not forget this one, the YouTube. Okay, but take note when you are for reading and writing, you please take note of the YouTube literary because it has to be the YouTube literary. First, learn how to search properly. As you can see, I placed there reading level. Okay, yeah, then you choose with the audio and the last one, the phrasal reading. So you can see there is a vast learning materials in YouTube. Teachers need to be patient because there, as I said, there are a lot. You have to be patient and carefully scrutinize. There's a need for you to scrutinize the engaging videos here that you can use for your teaching reading. Another one, okay, then we have reading simplified. Okay, can you go to the next one, please? Okay. There, okay. Okay, YouTube Reading Simplified. I found this. I found this very effective. This create a system of streamline that teachers can use to teach reading for beginners and even struggling. It has a sequence. You can start with a streamlined routine for teaching reading online, how to teach reading online. Go on, just click it. Outside the box ways to instruct your student from afar, and then go on with the next slide. As I said, this is a simplified lesson for reading. It is chronologically arranged. Proven ways for parents to support their child's reading. You even have online phonics reading games to play with your students. Example, first time tutoring session using Zoom. Okay, so imagine that. I will no longer open all of that, those sites, but I just like you to know that there is no limit making teaching reading engaging because of this interactive activities in games and application. And I'd like to point out some of the websites also for writing. Can you go to the next slide? It says there 5, but actually I have more. Okay. So we have the student interactives. Okay, you can use this one. The most popular, you can engage your students in online literary learning with these interactive tools. Okay, from organizing their thoughts to learning about language while having fun. Okay, and then we have, of course, the very popular, the Grammarly.com. Yeah, I'm not promoting Grammarly, but it works for hundreds of grammar, punctuation, and spelling materials. It is a good, it's a good coaching material for your contextual errors, even including even improving your vocabulary and style improvement. Comes with the best in class grammar checking. Okay, and then we have the quail.org. Okay, provides a free writing and grammar activities for elementary, for middle, and high school students. Okay, and then we have the boomwriter.com. Just click it. The mission here is to immerse the students and the teachers, including the parents and administrators, in an interactive learning experiences. And then we have the visoword.com. Look up to the words to find the meaning, and then just for fun, the magnetic poetry, play online. You can create your own poem. Just click it, sir. Okay, create poems and share it with your friends. It's like you can create your poems and share it with your friends. And then we have number 7, the writing games, funenglishgames.com. Okay, check out these fun writing games for kids. Okay, so for those activities for kids, free activities, resources, and practice exercises related to writing letters, stories, newspaper, debates, advertising, and instruction. The games are perfect for challenging students who enjoy interactive learning online. You can find topic that suits your lesson and improves your English by completing as many educational challenges as you can. Okay. These writing games would be useful for letter writing, news writing, and other types of writing as seen in the features. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, going back to the characteristic of innovative educational suite for resources in teaching reading and writing. The first is engaging. I've already shown you how to make sure that these things are engaging. And it should also be flexible. Okay, accessible, enriching, and of course relevant. Let's go down to the flexible. Can we go to the next slide, please? For classroom learning, quizzes and activities, lesson packages, and drills during classes. Okay, students should be able to answer the quizzes and activities, lesson packages, and drills during classes. But for remote learning, students should be able to access in any device, whether it's desktop, laptop, tablet, or mobile, making your choice of innovation flexible. Okay. Okay. The third one is accessible. Okay. Accessible, the materials can be accessed anytime, anywhere, even with limited internet connectivity. This is why I suggested reading website where materials can be downloaded. Okay. And then we have enriching. Enriching to maximize the use of any platforms of digital learning games or activities. Enriching means specialized training programs throughout the school year. Schools should schedule training for different platforms for teachers and students. Do not assume that they know it, because they don't. Even graduate students at first have reservation. How more for elementary, high school, or even college students. And lastly, relevant. It is just, it's fun to just copy and then paste it. Make sure that the content is fully aligned with the Department of Education's K to 12 program. Okay, so make sure that your content is fully aligned with the Department of Education's K to 12 program. It is a ready-made tutorials, apply localized examples to the country's content. Please click that one because you are familiar with this term, localization. You have to make sure that their ready-made tutorials apply the localized examples to the Philippine contents. You are using international reference. Make sure that you are localizing your examples to the Philippine context or to your country's context. Ensure that the discussions are more relevant to learners. One has to have a reference or a book because you have to make sure that it's aligned with the Department of Education's K to 12. So you should have a reference. You should have the book that corresponds to the Department of Education's most essential learning competencies. You are familiar with that. Whatever you're engaging to use in teaching reading and writing online distance learning, it has to be educational platforms that is trusted by the schools and teachers nationwide. As teacher, we have to evaluate. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, it has to be engaging. It has to be flexible. It has to be accessible. It has to be enriching. And definitely it has to be relevant. In conclusion, in this new normal, and education is encouraged. Innovation is encouraged. Students and teachers need, that's supposed to be need to conduct research, explore, and use all the tools to uncover something new. And I heard it from your master of ceremony. It says new perspective. Okay. The more you teach your students to read and write through different platforms, go click it, and digital learning activities and games, the more you broaden their vocabulary and are able to articulate concepts accurately and more effectively to others. Increasing their ability to communicate also helps make them a better student. Find books with learning content that is aligned with the curriculum standard. One more click. Make teaching. Okay, thank you. Make teaching and learning and reading possible all the time and anywhere. Okay, so can you make this next slide, please? So my references. Can you please click the next slide? Okay. So my references, just to point out, of course, my number one reference is my book, The Reading and Writing for 21st Century Learners. And of course, I also borrowed, next one please, the DIWA Genio e-learning. Okay, please click. Okay, and go on, click the next one. Okay, I have also other references, just flash it, just to show you that, of course, there are things that I have to give credit to where I got the materials. There you go. Okay, I think that's 2 slide reference. Okay, go on with the last slide. Okay, one more. So I have also used your learning modalities for the school year 2020-21. Okay, there you go. So thank you for listening. If you have questions, you can find me at facebook.com at, you can type my whole name. It's Maria Marta Manet Apostol.Madrid. Or you can email me at madrid.ma.marta.a@lyceum.edu.ph. Or you can call or look for me at Lyceum Northwestern University, Dagupan City, Pangasinan. Or just call me at in my office. There you go. So thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Dr.
for
Madrid.
assisting me with the slides. Thank you so much for
You're
this.
very much welcome, ma'am. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Madrid, for
so
your
much.
presentation. I had a review of the essential parts of a reading and writing lesson plan. Our dear participants really have noted things on how they can still improve their teaching. Most especially, our pre-service teachers have a better grasp of what should be the content of a reading and writing lesson plan, because we also have here Dr. Madrid participants that are pre-service teachers or are teachers or are students of students right now and will be on the field months or in years to come. How about you, Mom
That's right.
Mary Rose? What are your takeaways from Dr. Madrid's presentation as we are waiting for the questions of our participants?
Yes, ma'am. The big word engagement is really struck home. You know why? Because it's
Mm-hmm.
really something big. And it's our goal as teachers, home facilitators, in guiding our students and our children to keep our kids engaged when they learn. And I love the fact that towards the end of the
Mm-hmm.
presentation, Dr. Madrid gave emphasis on that we should make reading and writing possible every day and to make
Everywhere.
learning fun everywhere, anywhere. That's right, ma'am. And it's good. It's a good thing that you have shared a lot of these resources, and we're hoping the parents who are watching right now, even the students,
Mm-hmm.
have taken note of those resources, and they probably took some screenshots as well, that they can work on it and use them
Mm-hmm.
in their learning. Thank you so much, Dr. Madrid.
Yes, ma'am. But before we go and proceed to our next speaker, there's a
Oh
question
yes,
asked by one of our participants, Dr. Madrid. And here's the
Yes, go
question:
ahead.
how can we keep our students engaged in these times when distractions and challenges get in the way? And because we don't
yeah,
have much of the power, right?
that's right.
Unlike face-to-face setup, we can really observe our students. But right now, engagement is really a big problem for our students. I hope you can help them, Dr. Madrid.
Actually, I would like to answer that one using the same words that was used in that question. It says there,
Mm-hmm.
Oh right.
distractions and challenges. So may I ask, what are
Mhm.
the distractions and challenges of the students right now in this pandemic? Is it not that they are challenged and they're distracted because of the online things that they have on the net? Why don't you use that distraction for them to engage them?
Wow.
Because this is the things that
Wow,
they're distracting
that's
them, right?
right.
They're distracted
Mm-hmm.
because of the application in the games. But then why don't you use that distraction that they and the challenges that they are facing right now to engage them? You don't have to go far. If you don't have to lecture them,
Okay,
make use of what is their situation right now. Turn the negative thinking that you have for that
okay.
and
Uh-huh.
make it positive for them.
That's right.
Wow, that's a good
I love
answer,
that.
right? If
Hmm.
if our students are into games right now, if they are into what Wattpad, if they are
Hmm.
into mangas right now, why don't you use them as reading teachers or language teachers or any subject teacher? Why don't you use them as platforms, or why don't you use them as springboards
Springboard.
to
That's right,
yeah,
ma'am.
to introduce our lessons? What a nice answer, Dr. Madrid.
Hmm.
And I hope you will stay with us for the conferment of certificates later. Thank you. And again, dear participants, Dr. Maria Martha Menet Madrid. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much also. Okay. For those who are asking for the presentation,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think
A
the
lot
last
of them
slide,
are.
I gave you my email. Okay, you can
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
check that. You can email me. For those who want to copy, who have a copy of the book, you please email me and I will direct you to my
Oh, wow.
agent. Okay. I'd like to thank Inteligente Publishing because they are the
Mm-hmm.
publisher of the book.
Hmm.
So I guess for those who want to have a copy of the book, and for those who want a copy of
Oh,
the
yes,
presentation, please
please.
send
Hmm.
me an email and I will direct you to the agent to get a copy of the book, at the same
Hmm.
time to share with you the PowerPoint presentation. Sharing is power, right? If we
That's
share,
That's
right.
true.
then we empower. It is one way of equipping people to become leaders in their classroom. Remember, total quality management means collaboration. And this is the time to
Oh,
collaborate.
wow. Collaboration
Thank you
indeed.
so much. That's true collaboration in
Mm,
time of distance learning and a distance setup. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Madrid. And we will now proceed to our second speaker. Before we have our second speaker, I would like to greet our participants who are now live watching
yes.
us. We have how many viewers right now, Ma'am Mary Rose?
Oh my goodness. Let me catch up. Looking at my phone right now, messages keep coming in. Good morning,
Mm-hmm.
greetings, and stuff. And they have also mentioned their appreciation for our speaker,
Yes,
and they're
a
looking
lot of
forward to the
messages.
next one. Yeah, a lot of greetings from the northernmost part to the southernmost
Mm-hmm.
part of our country. Students, I believe, and yes, teachers and coordinators, school heads, home facilitators are watching right
Mm-hmm.
now. How nice.
And we
Yes.
have
And yeah, please.
5,211 live viewers. So again,
Oh, wow.
to our dear participants, kindly share our event so we can reach more teachers, more educators, more administrators. So what we are
Mm-hmm.
learning today can also be learned by them. So without further ado, let us now move on to our second speaker. Our second speaker is a teacher three from SDO Pasig, a very dear friend of mine, and one of the best teachers in the English department of Itulay. Specifically, she teaches in Mangahan High School. A graduate of Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Management, who is now pursuing her doctoral degree in education. Ma'am Dre's spent more than 10 years of her career as an English professor in pamantasan ng lungsod ng Pasig, La Consolacion College, and Pasig
Oh.
Catholic College. It was in PCC or Pasig Catholic College where she was awarded as top faculty library user and outstanding professor in AB Communications and Journalism. She
Oh,
decided to be part
cool.
of the public school
Mm-hmm.
system in 2014. From then on, she was assigned as an English teacher for grade 10 students. Recently, she was awarded as the most outstanding teacher in English. Natatanging one na sa gitna ng pandemya, most service-oriented employee, cluster outstanding secondary level teacher, and a finalist at the Division of Pasig Search for Outstanding Teachers. She has been a resource speaker for varied topics in education, grammar, reading, journalism, social issues, and a lot more. Currently, she is Manggahan High School Paper Advisor, School Information Coordinator, Brigada sa Pagbasa Project Initiator, and SBM Coordinator. She is also a Deputy Itulay National Online Tutor in English 7, and her session is every Tuesday at 1:20 to 1:20 to 2 p.m. Let us welcome on the virtual stage. May I call on our second speaker, Ma'am Drace C. Sexon.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Once again, it's a very pleasant morning, and thank you very much, Tutor Me, for that very kind introduction. So let me start my screen, and but before that, let me first ask or encourage all our viewers, all the teachers there, please. Please share your this live session to all your students, to all the GCs that you have, for also for the parents, because I always believe that reading is not just the responsibility of the school, it's not just the responsibility of the teachers. Reading is always collaborative effort between the students, the parents, the school, and all the stakeholders. So please share all your or this live session to everyone you know. So let me now start with this one. So my topic, the topic assigned to me for this morning, is falling in love with reading, strengthening the bond between the reader and the writer. So we're going to have a different view of falling in love, but I will make sure that the kilig will still be there, but this time it's not going to be about an individual, but about reading itself. So let me just introduce myself to you. So I think this were all mentioned already by our host, Tutor May. So I am teacher 3 from Mangahan High School. So I'd like to greet everybody there from SDO Pasig. And now let us have the targets for my talk. First, here you will be knowing more about reading. Next, we will also be discovering the value of reading. And third, you're going to learn tips on how to enhance reading. And last one is the very, very important, that is to fall in love with reading once more. So a lot of us, when we are talking about falling in love, of course, everybody gets um, heart-shaped eyes, and we are all excited, of course, every time we're going to talk about falling in love. But it is also the truth. It's also a fact that when we ask our students to read, they don't really like reading. They love social media. They love watching YouTube videos. They want to see PowerPoints, interactive PowerPoints, but you give them reading materials and they would be really sad. Okay, so it's a sad truth and we have to do something about it. But like what I have mentioned when I started my presentation, this is not just the responsibility of teachers. Okay, this is not just the responsibility of the school or of the Department of Education. This will start at home. So, again, I am reminding everyone, please share the live session to all the GCs of your parents and of your students as well. Okay, now let us have first the first question that I would like you to interact with. So we are going to make use of a class point here. So we have the question, when was the last time you read? And for those people who cannot access this word cloud, you can just make use of our comment section here. So we will be able to know your responses. So let us have the word cloud. So you may use the code 84021. Okay, again, it's 84021, but you can also make use of our comment section here. So let me see. Again, the question is, when was the last time you read? The code is 84021. All you need to do is just go to classpoint.app. So let me see if there are already some answers here. Okay, there are still a lot of people saying their greetings, but we still don't have some responses. Okay, so we now have a response here from Georgian Villanueva, and he said that it was just last night. Ma'am Paul Salan also made mention of last night. And then we now have a response here. I read this morning. Okay, so let me just close this now so we can proceed. Okay, so we will just be using, I think you're having a hard time with the class point. So we're just going to make use of the comment section. So there are a lot of people saying last night they read and yesterday, this morning also. So very good that you are still finding time to read. So what about the next question? What was the last material you have read? Again, what was the last material you have read? So we have here from Lix Torres. I read an article yesterday. It's an FB post and an FB post today. Very good. So you're making use of social media also. That's a very good thing because there are also a lot of materials, good materials in social media, but you just have to be very, very particular with fake news. Euphrasia V. Magahis Bible. That's a very good way to start. And MP Roar, you want online news. So that was very good. So we also have some people here reading storybooks, Wattpad, scriptures, the students' manuals or student modules. We also have modules of your kids, the Word of God, news articles. So these are all very, very good materials. Now, fall in love with reading. So you might be asking, how do I fall in love with reading? So let us now see this. We are going, in this topic, I am going to try my best to connect reading, to relate reading with falling in love. I know when you hear the term or when you hear the topic falling in love, your eyes will twinkle and you will really be very experiencing the kilig factor, right? But of course, I would also want you to experience that when you hear the word reading. Okay. And for all the students out there who are watching us now, I want you not just to fall in love with a specific individual, but more so, I want you to fall in love with reading because this is very beneficial. Now, for my topic, I will be teaching you how to fall in love with reading. So let us start with our first step. The first step is to know more. So, in falling in love with a certain individual, you also use this first step because, of course, you need to know the individual more. For example, you're a girl, of course, you have to know the boy more before you can convince yourself or before you can fully decide that you will be falling in love with that person. It's the same with reading. If you would like to fall in love with reading, then you have to know more about reading first. Okay, now how are you going to know more about reading? This would be the steps. First, let's have a quick review on the definitions of reading. Know about how reading is defined. So this is how you will fall in love with reading. If you don't know anything about reading, how else can you fall in love with it? So first, you have to define reading. So this is, of course, the communication between the reader and the writer. Now, this, of course, is also one of the main topics or the main targets that I'm going to have for this morning. I would like to strengthen the bond between the reader and the writer, and that is through falling in love with reading. Next, we also have to take note that reading is also decoding symbols. Now, how do we decode symbols? In the learning areas that we have in our school, we have 8 learning areas. Where do we usually decode symbols? Now, this is in mathematics. Numbers are symbols. And when you see numbers, of course, you see symbols also. So when you understand, when you comprehend this mathematical figures, these mathematical formulas, you are also decoding symbols. And this is also reading. Okay? Next, we also have to make meaning. How do we make meaning? You see posters, you see flyers, you see images, you see pictures. These are all making meaning. So we see it, although there are no words in it, but there is also reading, okay? Because you are also making meaning out of those images. Next, we will also be knowing that reading is a process. Okay, so how do we know that it's a process? If you still remember when you were still in kindergarten or in preschool, we have what we call reading readiness. So we did not enroll in kindergarten and we were already given a lot of big books to read. Of course, it is a process. So we take this one step at a time. We call it baby steps, right? So we have to take it little steps and then we start from like eye synchronization with the hand. You start arranging things from left to right, and that is also a process that we do in reading. So that means, or this is actually what we are explaining with reading as a process. Next, we also have reading as a skill. So definitely not everybody is gifted with perfect reading, so it requires a skill. We really have to practice in order for us to be really masters of reading. So we will be starting with preschoolers, we will be starting with sounds, we will be starting with pairing those sounds, and then that's how we build, or that's how we have the mastery of reading. So it is always a skill. And the last one is it's a gift. Okay? This is very, very important to think of reading as a gift. This is something that we don't acquire by ourselves. We read because our parents told us or taught us how to read, and it is a gift from our parents. It is a gift from our teachers. It is a gift from the school. It is a gift from the family. It is a gift from our community. So I call this, or I also received that gift from my parents. I started reading young because my parents really introduced the value of reading to me when I was very young. And since I had that gift, of course, I will not be keeping that gift to myself. So I use this gift to pay forward. Okay, so we call it paying it forward. So we will be using this. Okay, we will be using this gift to share it with others so that we will not be blessed with reading alone. We can also give this as a blessing to others. So, next, let us have the next step. Right. So for the next step, we will now be answering the whys. So we already know reading. Okay. So we already know more about reading. Now, if you already know the person you are going to fall in love with, you know the background, you know the family. Now, the next question to answer is this: why will I fall in love with this person? Right? So you have to convince yourself now, is this the right person to fall in love with? Now, that is basically the same with reading. You are now going to answer the whys. You are now going to convince yourself and tell yourself, why do I have to fall in love with reading? Is it really something that I really need? Will this be really valuable for my life? So let us now answer the different whys of reading. First, why do we have to read? Or, like I mentioned this a while ago, that reading is a gift, then why do I need to encourage others to read? If I already know how to read, that makes me something, or that makes me a learned person. I'll get good grades, I'll get a good professional, or I get a good profession, I'll be able to finish college. Then why do I have to mind others? If they don't like to read, then do I really have to mind that? Will that be really a problem to me? Yes. Okay. So it is always our responsibility to make others read. And why do we have to do that? Let me share with you some very important reasons. First, it is to develop cognition. They always say to read is to lead, right? It's not a cliche. It's actually very, very true. So when we read, of course, we develop the mastery of our knowledge. We learned a lot. We knew a lot of things that would always be helpful in our school, right? Like, for example, in our classes, of course, the students who are really reading a lot would always be advanced students, right? So let me just have this comment here from Ma'am Aleli Leiritanya. I read because I can't have my snacks if I don't read, and I'm hooked even if I don't have extrinsic motivation. Thank you for that. And I just hope and I pray that everybody would be feeling that same way as that you do, because of course not everybody will be like that. So Ma'am Aleli, if you're feeling that way, my challenge for you now is to also encourage and make others feel that way. Okay, because if all people will be really feeling the same way that you do, then we will not be having problems anymore with people or with learners that are delayed, right, in our classes. So we won't be having problems with academically challenged students anymore, because they were able to develop cognition and they were able to have mastery of our lessons, and of course all the things that we are teaching them. Next, we will also be enriching vocabulary as we read. I don't know if you're doing this, but for me, I am still doing this while I am reading. What I am doing every time I would read a book or any reading material, I would always have a pencil or a ball pen in my hand. And then every time I would encounter a difficult word to understand, I would jot it down, I would look it up from the dictionary, and then I would write the meaning of that word. And what I will do is really to practice using that word. That is how we enrich our vocabulary. That is how reading will help us enrich our vocabulary. Okay, so that is one important thing that we value with reading. Next, we will also be developing emotions. So, as early as a preschooler, or sometimes students or children are not yet in school and we are already teaching them storybooks, right? So when we read storybooks to them, what happens is, of course, you will be asking them, like, what if they are the bida in that story? Right? So that is developing emotions already. Okay, that is teaching our children how to feel and how to level up that emotions that they are having. Okay, so that is one very significant thing about reading. But as now on our age, do we still have that? Yes. Okay, when we read editorials, when we read the newspaper, of course we react, right? And when we react, of course, we are also developing our emotions. So that would be the third reason why we have to read. Next, reading is also to exercise the eyes and the imagination. I don't know if this happened to you. When I was very young, I would be really very fond of reading pocketbooks. And then when I am doing that, I will always be imagining that I am the protagonist of that, or the main character of that particular pocketbook. And that is how I would exercise my imagination. Okay, so this is teaching our children also about creative thinking. So we do that. We let them imagine things. We let them go to a specific place that only existed on that book that they have read. Remember, reading is the cheapest form of travel. You don't really have to spend so much on reading, and you can let your children go to different places just because they have read a book and they have imagined the settings of that book. So, see, that's a very good thing about reading. Next, this will also build a strong foundation of learning. Reading is the foundation of learning. We don't read just because it's in English or in Filipino or in any language subject. We read in all the learning areas. We read in science, we read in Filipino, we read in English, we read in math, AP, TLE, ESP, MAPE. Did I forget? AP also. So all these eight learning areas would always be founded on good reading. So we will not be able to answer our assignments without reading. We will not be able to do written works. We will not be able to do performance tasks if we don't read. So let us make our learners read and discover the value of reading. And I tell you, we won't be having problems with student failures anymore if they know and if they are really in love with reading. Okay, so these are the reasons why we have to read and why we need to encourage others to read. Now, the question is this. All you need to do is just type in yes or no on our comment section. Do you read more during the lockdown? Okay, now that we already have the pandemic going on since that was 2019, do you read more during the lockdown? Okay, you may just type in yes or no. So we now have some answers here, and they're saying it's yes. Okay, do we have a no? I think everybody is saying it's a yes. Okay, very true. This is very, very true because we really read a lot during the lockdown. For us teachers, we read a lot of memorandums, we read a lot of everything, every material that we can gather from our gadgets. We do that. So, most often, of course, we have online meetings, and in those online meetings, there are very essential topics that we have to look into. And of course, we read a lot during the lockdown. Although we also read a lot during the before the lockdown, but now it was doubled, it was tripled, and it was really something very essential, very significant for all of us, not just for teachers, but it's also for the students. Of course, they read a lot of their modules now and a lot of learning materials also, and of course also the parents. Before, some parents don't really read the books of their kids, right? Because there are teachers with them who will be guiding them. But now it's not really happening because the teachers and the parents have to work hand in hand in teaching the children. This, I believe, is a collaborative effort, making your children pass. Okay? The pandemic education is a collaborative effort between the student, the parents, and the teacher. But there is more percentage for that for the parents and the students. So you really have to work hand in hand with this. So why do we have to read more during the lockdown? Okay. Why? Why do you think did you read more during the lockdown. So we now have some answers here, and they're saying that, let me see. So there are some students, learners who are also commenting here, and they're saying that they are really reading a lot during the lockdown, and they are saying that they have to be updated. Of course, that is the primary reason why we do that. And a line is saying she needs to read because she loves reading. We have more time to read because reading is the mother of all skills, because it is quarantine and we have to stay at home. So we are really locked up with reading also. So we have more time really to read. So, according to the World Literacy Foundation, the risk of students becoming disengaged from or deprived entirely of their education is higher than ever. Therefore, reading must be a pastime that we should be actively supporting during this tumultuous moment in history. This pandemic is part of history, it's a big chunk of history, but it is also something that really affected us negatively. So there are a lot of students now disengaged, deprived of their education. It's a very high percentage. So we really have to read a lot, okay? Especially for those students who are now at home. Read, read. It's not just something that will make you relieve of stress, but it's really going to help you out with reading and knowing more, okay? Because there are no teachers with you at home. So you have to rely to reading as well. So these are some of the reasons for reading according to the World Literacy Foundation. First, according to WLF, reading promotes literacy engagement. So, of course, when you read, it enhances your knowledge, it enhances your mastery, so you become more literate, and that is through reading. Okay, next. Reading has psychological benefits. According to Maria de la Cruz, it is to lessen the stress. This is particularly the psychological benefit of reading, of course. So we read because we are too fed up with everything that is happening around us. You read because you are problematic about what is happening with your surroundings. You read because you would also want your brain to relax. Now, sometimes when we have problems, this is what we usually do. We read scriptures, we read inspirational messages, we read stories that would really, really tell us to be more positive. So, these are all psychological benefits of reading. And we also do this because we would want to be relaxed. Okay, so that's a very good thing about reading. Next, international literacy development is needed now more than ever. So, since we are having a world pandemic, of course, the literacy of the whole world was also affected. So, it's not just the Philippines that was greatly affected by the COVID-19. Of course, we have a lot of the different parts of the world that are greatly affected as well. So, international literacy development is also one of the goals of the World Literacy Foundation, that we have to do this. This is a great responsibility for us teachers, for the learners, and for the parents as well. We need to act on this because if there's a pandemic, we should not be forgetting international literacy still. Okay? We should still work on this, and there should not be a gap between the pandemic, pre-pandemic, and now that we are having the pandemic. So we have to bridge that gap at all times. So according to Reynan Senyo, it's a good alternative to lessen the screen time of children that is very risky to health. Yes, sir. That is also very true. Okay, so most of the time, our children are really into gadgets. So they're playing games, they're doing a lot of social media reading. Now we have to make sure that there's going to be a stop on that. Okay? I am also very honest that of course they use social media now in learning, but we have the screen time, right? And that's part of the DepEd memo. We have to make sure that when they stop the gadgets, we have to also make them read the materials, the printouts, of course, the printed materials, because they would be needing this for their literacy development. Okay. Next, what would be the third step? So let us just have a review. The first step was to learn or to know more. Okay, and then we had the second step is to answer the whys, and then the third step is to learn the how. So again, let us relate that to falling in love. So before, we already know the person to fall in love with. We already answered our questions like, why do I need to fall in love with this person? Now the third step is to now answer, how will I show my love to that person, right? So this is the same with reading. We know now what reading is. We already know why we have to read or why we have to value reading. Now, the third step is, how will I read? Or how will I engage myself in reading more? So, let us now see the steps. The question now is this: how will you show your love for reading? Okay. How will you show your love for reading? Or how will you discover, or how will you develop that falling in love with reading? Let us have the first step. That is to improve your reading skills by practicing good study habits. Of course, we've been learning about this ever since we studied, right? That our teachers would always tell us that you have to use this or you have to do this in order to maintain good study habits, like the proper position. How are you going to do the proper posture for reading? How to hold the book? So, this is still the same thing now. We improve our reading skills by practicing good study habits. Now, how are we going to do that? First, get a reading partner or a book club. Okay. Now, who will be my reading partner? Don't go out of the house. You have your whole family to be your reading partners. In the schools, of course, we have book clubs, we have reading clubs, we have the library club, and they would always be giving us a lot of activities that would enhance our skills in reading. But inside the home, inside the comfort of your very own home, you can have your reading partners. You can start it with your mom, you can start it with your dad or your ate or your kuya, or much better if you really involve the whole family with you. Now, let me just share with you what's happening with my entire family. We always have reading time. When my kids are still young, we would always have reading time or storytelling time every night, and there would be an assigned family member to read. So usually it would be me. And when we read, this is an advice to all the parents who would be reading, to make your children be engaged with reading. You have to make sure that you are changing your voice. Make it very, very interactive. If you are very familiar with Batibot, right? Or sineskwela. Yeah, we do that, right? We do that. So when we read, we make it very, very interactive. Okay? That will make them very interested with reading. I tell you, that really works. Okay? Actually, the moment I found out that I was pregnant, I would already read a lot of books to my unborn child. Remember, the baby is still in my womb and I'm already reading aloud. Okay? Of course, I don't really have a scientific basis for that, but it's just my own way, my very own way of making my kids, or making me also learn, because I always believe that whatever I am doing will affect the child that is in my womb. And I don't really have a scientific basis also, but when my kids were born and until now that they have already grown, they still value and they're still very much in love with reading. This is actually a very big blessing for me and my husband, because my kids, I have three kids, and they're all falling in love with reading. They love books, they love reading, and I can see that they can also keep up with their schooling. So you see that it's a very big effect of reading to our school, to the schooling of our children. So don't allow your children anymore to go out of the house to look for a reading partner. Be a partner of your child in reading. Before your children can fall in love with reading, the parents must fall in love with reading first. If your children see that you are already too engrossed with reading, then they will also follow your footsteps. Next, you set a reading time. This is another way to show our love for reading. Like what I have mentioned, we have reading time every night. But now, of course, that already changed because my kids are already reading on their own. So what I do, I have a 3-year-old son. I mean, a grade 4 son, and I would still be reading to him. But since he's already grade 4, he also reads to me. So that is also a way of enhancing the reading skills of your children. Okay? It doesn't, I mean, don't ever tell me that I am too busy, so I don't really have time for that. Even if you're cooking, you can do that. While you are cooking, allow your children to read aloud. Okay? So while you're doing that lunch, you are still reading, or you are still hearing, and you can still check whether your children have wrong pronunciation or wrong phrasing, and that would really help them. Okay? Next, start with a modest target. Especially for your children or for your students, challenge them to always start with a modest target. That small target will eventually increase later. Okay, that would increase, of course. Okay, now next, read with a pencil. Okay, so this is my practice. Every time I am reading, what I am doing is always reading with a pencil or with a pen in hand, and then I would write important learnings, I would write unfamiliar vocabularies, and then I would practice those things. That is how I learn, and that is how I remember and improve my comprehension. You can also do this, and you can show your love for reading through this. And of course, the next thing that you have to take note of is to enhance comprehension by strengthening the bond between you and the writer of the material that you are reading. Now, how would you do this? Make reading pleasurable. Make it a happy moment. Okay, don't make it too stressful for your children. Don't make it too stressful for your students. Remember, there are different reading skills, different reading levels of our children and our students. So try to make everything or every reading experience very pleasurable, very positive. Make them enjoy reading. Okay? Like according to Estelito Dumacion, a family that reads together bonds better. That's a very good quote, sir. And that is very true. So when you read as a family, you bond also, right? So you will have to make this something as a very positive experience, a very enjoyable experience for everybody. And you have to make sure that they are really interested and they are really enjoying this. You know, I have a nephew before who started reading and who learned reading by a video game. Okay, that's how he was able to read, by knowing or by reading song lyrics in a video. Okay, you do that. Whatever material that you have at home, whatever material which you think can make your children or can make your students really very much into reading, you use that. Flyers, you can use it. Comics or manga, you can use it. Okay, even social media, you can use that. But let me just tell you something, that you have to be aware of what your children are reading. As parents, of course, we have to guide them what to read, and we also have to make sure that they are not following, of course, the fake news. And we have to take note of these things because these are very important things that we always have to look into. Okay, next, we also have to encourage others to read. This is what I meant about a gift to share. Okay, we are blessed with reading, if we already have the love for reading, if we already have that kilig with reading, okay, we must not stop with that. We must pass on that kilig factor to reading to others. We must pass that love to others. Remember that there is always a positive effect, or what we call a magnet. That's the law of attraction, and it serves as a magnet, right? So if other people are seeing, or if other people are greatly affected by how good you read or how much love you have for reading, then of course they will also be encouraged to read. So what better thing to do is show them that you read. Okay? Show them that you read, show them that you enjoy reading, and show them that you develop because you read. Okay? When they see the positive effects of reading to yourself, then I don't see any reason anymore for them not to follow your footsteps. Okay? This is what we call pay forward. So pay it forward. If there is a specific person who encouraged you or who has affected you with the value of reading, inspiring you of how to or to really appreciate reading, then go appreciate also that gift by inspiring others to read. Now is your time to pay this forward. It's a blessing that we have to share to others. Next, let us now have the last step of falling in love, and that is to stay in love. Okay, so how do we fall in love? We know more. Of course, we answered the whys. We already know the hows. And now the last step would be, how will I stay in love with this person? And that is also the same thing with reading. You have to stay in love with reading. Staying in love with reading is not only because you are still studying or you are a teacher. Okay, staying in love with reading is something that does not require any profession. It does not require any age or any life status. Staying in love with reading is something that is a very general topic, a very general feeling. The kilig should always be there. Okay. And how do we stay in love? Like what they say, our Gen Z would always say, walang forever. But this time, I tell you, in reading, my forever. Okay. So how will you stay in love with reading? First, think of reading as a friend. Like you always say this, that you are now no longer stressed because of reading. So it's the same thing. What you have to do is think of reading as a friend. Next, you think of reading as a teacher. Since it gives you a lot of knowledge, then of course it acts like a teacher. Think of reading as a savior also. Okay? It saves you from stress. It saves you from failing your classes. It saves you from doing or not understanding the things that you are reading. So it is a savior. Think of reading also as a partner. It's a partner in life. You learn more, you enjoy more. It is your partner. And think of reading as a family. Okay? Like what they say, a family will stick to you no matter what happened. A family will stay with you forever and will stay in love with you forever. That is precisely what reading is. And I now end my talk with this quote from C.S. Lewis. We read to know that we are not alone. We read because we have a partner in life. We read, and so we have to fall in love with reading and strengthen that bond with the readers and the writer. And again, I would like to thank everybody who listened. Now, these are my contact details. All you need to do is just check on them. If you have questions, if you have things that needs clarification, you can always ask me through this contact details. Thank you very much for listening, and good morning again to everyone.
Yay, that was a wonderful presentation, Mom Drace. And we can
Yeah.
feel how you are in love with reading too. Any other
Yes.
comments from Rose?
Yes, I felt the love and the appreciation of
Mm-hmm.
all our viewers. Uh, Comments and reflections have
Mm-hmm.
been coming in since
Yes.
you started, Ma'am Drace, and I'm really so inspired. And it's so true that once
Mm-hmm.
you set the fire or of that fire
Mm-hmm.
ablaze, it stays forever, really. And
That's
because we
true.
pass it on, that love for
Mm-hmm.
reading.
Yes, that is really the goal of the talk, that we really have to inculcate that love for reading and make it stay there.
Yes. And I can see the connection, ma'am, of your talk to our previous speakers from
Mm-hmm.
week one. Kasi
Yeah.
sabi ni ma'am, ni Professor Melissa Orencia, di ba, we have
Mm-hmm.
to really be models to our children or to our learners. Dapat makita or dapat maipakita natin sa kanila na mahal
Mm-hmm.
natin yung pagbabasa. So reading will not be
Yes.
a punishment or just a mere activity for them, but reading is an extension of life for them. It's
Yes.
an extension of a school. It's like a friend, like what you said. It's like a teacher. It's like a savior. Okay, ma'am. In connection to what Dr. Madrid said, that we have to use our learners' distraction to
Yes.
engage them and to capture their attention. I think there's one very interesting question from our
Mm-hmm.
participant. Ito po yung question niya. Let's flash it, Technical Director. According to Ma'am Diodeline Salino Solis, does
Mm-hmm.
watching drama or K-drama in particular and anime the subtitles
So,
contribute to the development of reading skills? Kasi alam natin, ma'am, di ba, ang mga bata ngayon, very
Yes.
into anime, manga, K-drama. Kahit din naman tayo ng mga teachers, di ba, if we
Yes.
don't
that's true.
read, we distress by watching K-dramas or by binging on Netflix. So, can this be one of the factors to develop the reading skills of our learners?
Like what I have mentioned, anything that we can read can, of course, develop our reading skills.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
like I think I told that story. Like there was one nephew of mine that was able to learn reading just by looking
Mm-hmm.
at the video. Okay, so that is
Mm-hmm.
the same
Uh-huh.
Same.
thing with anime subs, drama subs. That's also the same thing. But we always, as parents and as teachers, we always have to look into that subtitles, because
True.
there are really some subtitles that are
Mm-hmm.
not correct with what they are
Mm-hmm.
saying.
That's right.
So
True.
sometimes there's wrong grammar, sometimes there's wrong
Yes.
spelling. So we have to look into that. But the reading itself of the anime subs or the
Mm-hmm.
subtitles, that's a very good way to start and develop reading.
Yes,
Yes.
and like what Professor Melissa Oresha said, print
Mm-hmm.
environment. If there will be
Yes.
lots of
Mm-mm.
words in the
Print
environment,
rich.
if yes, print rich environment. Thank you for that correction, ma'am. Print rich
And it's okay.
environment. Yes, and if our learners will have an immersion to a print rich environment, the more they can be early readers. One last
Yes.
question, ma'am, before we have our
Mm-hmm.
third speaker, which is one of the people I look up to. Here's a question from Ma'am Jubel Valdez. What is really the right age to expose our
Uh-huh.
children to reading?
Okay. I will tell you this based on experience, because the moment, like what I've mentioned, the moment I found out I'm pregnant, I'm already reading aloud.
Mm-hmm.
So when my kids are already outside, I would always be reading to them. I would read aloud to them. Okay. And I think it has a very good effect on them, because the moment they already knew what a book is, okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's not just about buying toys. I also buy books to my kids. Of course, it always depends on their age, but
That's
I
right.
give them the book. I allow them to flip the pages of the book. That's how we do it. And then by all means, you have to really orient the kids or your children of how valuable the book is. You don't just buy them books, you read the books to them. And when they already know how to read, you let them read the book aloud to
Mm-hmm.
you. And of course, you
That's
also
right.
have to check on how they read. Okay, you don't just
Mm-hmm.
let them
True.
read the book. You have to check also their comprehension, because comprehension is also a very great issue, right? So you have,
Mm-hmm.
after reading, you ask them questions. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the right age, you start young. Okay, start
As
young
early as
so that,
possible.
yes, as early as possible, because that is how we will orient them with the value of reading. And I tell
Mm-hmm.
you, it will really, really give good results.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That is so true. You start them young. Mm-hmm.
You start them young as possible, as early as
Mm-hmm.
possible. And then, may I add, no, dahil sabi natin as early as possible, meron kasing mga bata, ma'am, di ba, na kahit i-introduce natin yung reading,
Mm.
talagang hindi talaga, parang, hindi naman delay. Like what we say, bawat bata meron silang
Meron.
Yes,
iba't
ma'am.
ibang level of
Reading
development.
levels.
Yeah,
Yes.
reading levels, pati yung kanilang development. So sa mga parents natin, hinay-hinay tayo
Opo.
sa pagsabi na
Mm-mm.
baka delay yung anak ko, no. Bawat
Mm.
Yeah.
bata meron yang kanya-kanyang
Kanya-kanya,
time to
yes.
blossom. Oo.
Yan, we always have to check, of course, on individual differences. At
Yes, that's
kailangan,
correct.
Yes, that's
syempre,
right.
yung libro pong i-introduce natin sa bata ay based sa kanyang edad, no? Wag natin masyadong
Yes.
i-expose naman sa masyadong ano agad na libro.
Mm-mm.
Although, of course, sabi ko nga, individual differences yan. So, let them enjoy. And like what I have mentioned, make reading pleasurable. Wag naman po natin
True.
masyadong dikdikin yung bata kasi
Yes.
sometimes, 'di ba,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes yan yung nagiging reason why they hate reading because they had a
With
Mm-hmm.
that
traumatic
time.
experience with reading.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
ayan, gawin po nating
Couldn't agree more. Yeah.
pleasurable. Yes, make them enjoy reading so they will fall in love with reading talaga.
That's nice. And thank you for sharing these things to us, ma'am. Almost all of the messages we can see on the comment section are
Yeah.
messages of
Congratulations.
congratulations,
Yes.
Appreciation.
messages of gratitude and appreciation.
Yeah.
And I think we can now move on to our third speaker. Once again, Ma'am Draisel C. Sexton from SDO Pasig.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Mary Rose for
Yes.
our third
So right
speaker.
now, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am May. It is my great honor and privilege to introduce to you our esteemed guest speaker. He's working in DepEd for the past 14 years. Dr. Marco D. Meduranda is currently the Education Program Supervisor in English in the Schools Division Office of Navotas City. He obtained his Doctor of Philosophy major in English at the Manuel L. Quezon University. In 2018, he was selected as recipient of the Korea-Philippine Teacher Exchange Program organized by UNESCO and DepEd. He also received a training on TESOL at the University of South Carolina as part of the Access Program organized by Regional English Language Office in the United States. That was in 2014. He's an advocate of research and global citizenship education. Dr. Medoranda has undertaken innovative projects and programs. Foremost is Project GLACE, Global
Mm-hmm.
Learning Through Active Citizenship Education, which was hailed as one of the 5 global education best practices in the world in July of 2021, given at that time by UNESCO Asia Pacific Center on Education for International Understanding. Dr. Meduranda also passed the principal's test in 2017 and was designated assistant to the principal to North Bay Boulevard North Elementary School from August to October 2018 before his promotion as education program supervisor in November 2018. He was also designated as the Division Information, Media and Communications Officer in 2020. Dr. Medoranda was an outstanding educator in the city of Navotas in 2015 and a Natatanging Guro awardee by the DepEd NCR in 2017. In 2019, he received the Gawad ng Pagpapahalaga in the field of education given to all outstanding citizens of his birth city, Malabon. He has been married for 11 years and blessed to have 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, um, fellow teachers, school heads, and participants here in our National Reading Month webinar, let us all give a warm welcome to Dr. Marco D. Medoranda.
Hello,
Yay!
everyone. Hello,
Hello,
Teacher
sir. Good
May,
morning. Good morning, sir.
Teacher
Good
Merry
morning,
Carlos.
sir.
Rosary.
All right. I am so delighted to be part of this webinar series. I was reflecting a while ago, Tutor May, no, before I used to push you to be our SDO's resource person, and now you're my unofficial talent manager for national talks like this. So I'm so happy to see you grow in your profession. And shall we start now with
Yes,
the
sir.
presentation?
Sir.
Uh, I'll be sharing my screen now. Right there. So again, to the organizer of this webinar series, again, my utmost gratitude, no, for giving me the opportunity to share with you this presentation on strengthening school-based reading programs, the SDO Navota City experience. I really like how the webinar topics are building up one after each other from the classroom perspective. Now we're going to a more macro perspective where we look into how we create a culture of reading with teachers who are well equipped to teach reading and who has that passion and drive to influence other teachers in the development of this love for reading. So here's the outline of my presentation. I'll be giving you some context of reading instruction and also the need to enhance, improve, strengthen, intensify school-based reading programs in my context here in SDO Navotas as well as in the entire Philippines. Then I'll be sharing with you the initiatives and innovations to strengthen the teaching of second language reading. Be presenting division initiated activities as well as school-based initiatives. Then I'll be proceeding to the initial gains. I want this presentation to be uh, which driven by the evidences, okay, on the field and in the practice, and then I'll be sharing with you the future direction of our SDO. Now, here's the national context that I would want to hammer to our teachers. This gives us a sense of urgency to enhance and intensify and strengthen the teaching of reading with the result of PISA and as we prepare for the upcoming PISA 2022, we will be again, no, our learners will be again measured on this aspect of reading proficiency. So from the result in 2018, there is a really this pressing need to ensure that our learners have developed the necessary competencies before they take this national metric, which the Department of Education uh, has subscribed to in order to really identify the gaps and to develop programs, projects, and activities that will really address these needs, of our learners. And there are other metrics, international benchmarks that show that our learners need to be given the best reading instruction. And we know that reading is a very dynamic and complex process. It cannot be done by the teacher alone. There should be a whole of depth and approach, a whole of community approach to tackle the problem of reading. And so I really like the presentation a while ago, which engages parents because they are very crucial now in the teaching of reading in time of the pandemic. And so this banner stories or results from the performances of our learners give us this sense of urgency to act, no? And that we should not dilly dally on creating and improving our programs and make it more responsive to the needs of the learners. In our division, the SDO Navotas, reading development and literacy enrichment are our priority thrust as enshrined on Division Education Development Target number 4, which is to improve literacy levels and of all learners in the division through appropriate interventions and enrichment programs. We have already data, and our goal is to decrease frustrated the number of frustrated readers and increase the number of instructional and independent readers. So we have that clear direction and mindset, no, as to how we operationalize our school-based reading programs. At the national level, we are guided by this framework developed by the central office, particularly by the Curriculum and Instruction Office. And I would like to focus on this because this has our blueprint in the development of our division-based reading program. So as you can see here, it's very important that we anchor our school-based reading programs on sound theories of reading instruction. Are we using bottom-up, top-down model or interactive models? Are we adopting schema theory? Okay, are we implementing or trying to integrate uh, theory of whole language approach? It's very important that the people, especially the school head or the school leadership, and of course, the leaders now in the division or in the district have solid understanding of research-based theories of reading instruction, so that when we formulate programs, uh, it is grounded on research-based best practices, and it will ensure that the interventions that we are going to implement are rooted in meaningful study. Okay, so once we are able to anchor it on uh, solid theories of reading instruction and research-based practices. And when I say practices, it should be best practices. And we know it's best if it has proven, uh, it has delivered positive outcomes, and it has been shared, documented, and replicated in other contexts or situations. So that's what we want to propagate, and that's what should be the solid foundation of um school-based reading programs. Then from that, that should also inform our input, which include also the profiling of learners, establishing baseline data, using or utilizing the results of the program implementation review and other research findings. This will serve as input to continuously improve our school-based reading programs. You see, in the time of pandemic, perfection, is very impossible. But what we want to ensure is that we are continuously improving our mechanisms, our materials, our tools, our processes in delivering much needed reading interventions. So profiling of learners is very crucial because here we will be able to determine the number of learners that we will need to support, and that is also tantamount to funding, no funding requirements, so that you have also a clear picture on how are you going to embed the school-based reading program to the school improvement plan, the annual improvement plan, and other uh, processes in the school. So profiling of learners also allow us to have this targeted approach into meaningful reading intervention. When I say targeted approach, are we going? We are characterizing our learners, and we identify which are our learners needing intensive reading intervention, and those learners, uh, even they are advanced learners, we need to also ensure that they are enriched. No, what enhancement or enrichment programs can we provide to them? So that's crucial in establishing a well-placed school-based reading program and also a culture of research. Then we have to also continuously revisit our baseline data, because this will be our basis if we are able to achieve our targets or not. So before we were using the Phil Erie pre-test and post-test measures, but since the pandemic arrived in 2020, we've been capitalizing on school-based developed reading interventions and materials, and even assessment tools. and that should not no that should not prevent us. No, the pandemic should not prevent us in still identifying our baseline data and measures. Program implementation review is also crucial because through program implementation review, we will be able to have informed decision if some components of our reading program should be continued or should be removed or further enhanced. And research findings. When you speak about research findings, we can capitalize on action researches done by our teachers, those that work in public school context, particularly. They can be harvested, and then we can look into the interventions and think of ways how this can be scaled up. Now, at the beginning of at the center of the framework, you'll see there a whole of depth approach to reading instruction. We see the crucial role of CO offices, RO, regional offices, schools division offices, and the schools in ensuring that the policy is in place. We know that the central office is the one concerned with policy making, and so these policies are very crucial in guiding field offices in the implementation of school-based reading programs. And there's a lot of DepEd issuances, no, that schools can use to be basis, no, of their functional reading programs. The regional offices, no, are in charge with policy contextualization, and depending on the context also of each region, uh, there might be some sort of policy contextualization in terms of reading. The SDOs and the schools are in charge with policy implementation. And so there should be harmony and alignment among all of each among all of these levels of governance, no, in the implementation of school-based reading program. Because again, the schools cannot do it all alone. There should be support in every level of governance in the Department of Education. And the crucial component, according to the Bawat Bata Bumabasa framework, of a reading program would be capacity building programs. These include professional development activities like training or not only training or seminars like this, but also job embedded learning uh, on reading instruction. By that, I mean the use of learning action cell, action research, coaching and mentoring are all crucial part of these capacity building programs because our teachers, no, uh, have a lot to say in improving the reading comprehension level of our students. No, very good teachers with solid knowledge and competencies in the teaching of reading will really pave way for the improvement of learning outcomes. But I want to underscore that not only language arts teachers or Filipino teachers, it should be the responsibility of all teachers. Okay? The teaching of reading should be the responsibility of all teachers. What do I mean by that? Um, in other learning areas, no, students encounter various reading demands. For example, in mathematics, the text there is different. Uh, there's a combination of numbers, okay, word problem. There are vocabulary in mathematics that needs to be unlocked, okay, for the learner to understand the lesson. So the teaching of comprehension instruction should be practiced by all teachers, regardless of learning area, and that's what we are trying to operationalize here at SDO Navotas. No, there should be collaboration and among all reading teachers and other learning area teachers in terms of ensuring that learners are not only learning content in subject areas but also gaining um, and building comprehension skills because that's very crucial. And then, of course, the provision of teaching and reading materials. As much as possible, it should be leveled, no, grade based on the reading level. No, parang I just forgot the term, but lexile text that matches the reading level of the learner. Because if based on the baseline data, we found out that the reading level of a grade 5 learner is at grade 3, and if you provide them with a grade 5 material, the reading difficulty will be compounded, no, if we do not provide the right reading intervention materials. Okay, and so that's very crucial. One of the, especially in distance learning, one of the best predictor of success in reading in distance learning is the quality of the materials that we are providing. Then the development of supplementary reading materials is also crucial if we want to nurture um, the advanced learners' reading ability, because we would want them to we would want to provide them enhanced reading materials for further extensive reading among our advanced learners. And also the promotion and promoting and sustaining a culture of reading. And this we mean engaging the entire community. There should be a whole of community approach also in the teaching of reading. Remember that African proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. Reading is a very dynamic and complex process that if we all give it to the responsibility of the teacher, we will not be able to solve this issue. No? So there should be close school, homeschool partnership, and we had to engage our LGUs, okay, NGOs, private institutions, etc. in all of these uh, aspects of the reading program. So these interventions, if operationalized very well, will result to promoted sustained culture of reading, improved teachers' teaching ability in reading instruction, strengthened school and community reading programs, and greater access to teaching and learning reading materials. And the ultimate outcome is the improved learners' reading proficiency and learning outcomes. Of course, this has to be monitored, continuously monitored and evaluated to ensure that it's properly implemented, and teachers are given support, schools are given support, especially by the education program supervisor, the public schools district supervisor, um, to ensure the continuous cycle of improvement. And in SDO Navotas, now we have been always data driven. I just want to show you some slides that shows that we are very much particular about monitoring and evaluating the data. These are pre-pandemic data which use the Phil Erie. And here we establish our baseline data across all grade levels from grade 1 to grade 12, even in the secondary context. We've been monitoring that, and we are very much particular into the advancement of our readers from frustration to instructional to independent. And as you can see, yeah, these are just examples. When we look into the dashboard of our school-based reading programs, um, in SDO Novotas, there's is zero non-reader. Okay, zero non-reader since school year 2018. No, we were able to achieve this because first we oriented our teachers and reading coordinators on the definition of a non-reader, and we guided them now with this operational definition of frustration, instructional, and non-reader, and we told them that we need to be very very careful in labeling learners, especially if they are non-readers, because uh, this might have some adverse effect into their performance, no, psychologically, and even to the parent. And so we come up with clear definition of a non-reader. And with that, since 2018, we were able to only register frustrated readers, 18%, instructional readers, 54%, and independent readers, 28%. This is an average percentages. And so from this baseline, we want to work, no, of decreasing frustrated readers and increasing the numbers of instructional and independent readers. And based on our monitoring, this is an example of a memo on school-based reading intervention. 24, all of our 24 public elementary and secondary schools have well-established school-based reading programs, okay, to support our learners in their reading development. Now, at the SDO level, um, you see the division offices should be the model of the school in terms of implementation of sound reading program. So I have here this framework of our SDO Navota's reading and literacy uh, program through Project CREST, the culture of reading towards education, success, and transformation. And this is quite similar to the framework of the Bawat Bata Bumabasa because, again, that's our guiding framework. But as you can see here, we have explicitly identified those reading and literacy competencies that needs to be developed among our learners. That's at the core of the project. There's oral language, phonological awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, comprehension, writing, speaking, and viewing. Okay, other forms of literacies. And this is very important to articulate these specific competencies so that all our projects are well aligned to this. Again, this is informed by issuances and policies related to reading, especially that of the Bawat Bata Bumabasa DepEd issuance, reading data from schools, the SDO Learning Continuity Program Sustainability Framework, inputs from community-based monitoring, feedback from parents, and LGO literacy program. So we are all collecting all of these inputs to come up with a responsive, division-based reading program that's relevant no, in this new normal landscape of education. Now, in order to operationalize, to achieve that culture of reading towards education success and transformation, I have six flagship projects. First is Parents as Literacy Supporters, or Project PALS, which include the Abacadapa Learning Series. Later on, I'll be explaining that to you. But basically, this is about parental engagement in supporting parents as co-facilitators of home-based reading um, uh, activities in this distance learning. We also conducted virtual expo of exemplary school interventions in reading and literacy. This is to promote that culture, sharing of best practices. We want that all schools have functional and innovative interventions. Of course, we respect the context of each school in terms of resources, in terms of again needs. We created this platform, the virtual expo of exemplary school interventions, for them to market, to come up like a market of best practices that will further enhance their school-based reading program. We have also the virtual demonstration teaching of reading and literacy melts. This is to encourage teachers to use a research-based and innovative approach in the teaching of most essential learning competencies pertaining to reading and literacy. And this has also helped promote professional development, organic and job-embedded professional development among our teachers. We also have our Project Flame, flexible learning activities and materials in English. It's very important and very crucial also in the um, process of implementing a reading program in time of distance learning. There should be materials, again, quality assured materials that matches the reading level of the learners. And we were able to provide that as well. And we have this component of reward and recognition among our parents and external stakeholders. We call this Gawad Paina, magulang katuwang sa pagbasa, as a way to continuously engage them in the education of their students. Again, towards sustained delivery of quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating basic education for all. And the ultimate outcome is realization of depth admission vision and core values. Again, anchored on strong monitoring, evaluation, technical assistance, and continuous improvement processes. So this is the framework, and let me guide you to each project. So this, what I've mentioned, the Project PALS, parents as literacy supporters. We have the Abacadapa That's in short for Ako'y Bahagi at Kaagapay sa Daloy ng Pagbasa. This is centered on the questions of the parents about how to facilitate reading, especially to key stage 1 and 2 learners. So parents ask questions, and we have pool of experts, no, master teachers and resource persons to answer their questions live, no, in our FB page. And this has really garnered a lot of support from our SDO offices and even at the school level. So they are live streaming it, and this is actually an 8-part learning series on how to engage parents on in the teaching of reading at home. But again, as co-facilitators, the teachers are the ones really that should provide reading instruction at least in synchronous, no, chunk synchronous activity there. But since most of the time the parents are the ones um, with the learners during the pandemic. So it's very crucial that we train them first psychologically, in the mind on how to process this reading challenges at home. And then, when we build their mental resilience, then we proceed with those the nitty gritties of the phonics, and then comprehension instruction, etc. And these are the examples of the screenshot, no, where parents are asking questions, and then our panel of experts sharing ideas on the teaching. No, you might see here it's written in English, but actually this is explained in Filipino so that our parents will understand the nature of reading. And then we also created this Facebook group page. This is actually now we now have like 4,000 members, and here we created parent as champion literacy facilitators at home. We document the parents document their successes, milestones in co-facilitating the reading development of their teachers. So they are posting their videos of their children learning how to read. Okay, and there are also parents there um, asking questions and creating a network of active parent literacy supporters at home. And here is the website of our Project Flame. This is the repository of all of our division developed quality assured reading materials as well as self-learning modules to be used as supplementary or intervention materials for our learners. And it is uh, categorized by grade level for easy access. So Project Flame stands for Flexible Learning Activities and Materials in English. And in terms of capacity building, we've been continuously training our teachers. We have had the division literacy instruction training rollout. We want to saturate all teachers this coming November 24 to 26. We are going to have another batch of this literacy instruction training so that all our K to P stage 1 and 2 teachers are equipped with the competencies in the teaching of reading to early grades and intermediate grades. So here's the training design. Also, for our secondary school teachers in junior high and senior high, we have the virtual professional learning series, um, where we ask them to, we develop and sharpen their competencies in the teaching of the most essential learning competencies, especially reading. So also, now we include here our elementary teachers. Teacher May is one of our uh, resource person during the first virtual professional learning series for SDO Navotas teachers. This is the evidences, no, for the division teaching caravan of virtual division demonstration teaching caravan of MELCs in reading and literacy. So this follows the RPMS PPST protocol, no, from pre-observation up to post-observation. We provided support to our demo teachers so that they'll be able to incorporate innovative and research-based strategies in the teaching of reading. We also have Project Avatars. This is short for Amazing Virtual Teen Allies for Reading Success. This is a peer reading program that enhances the skills of the advanced readers and providing support to struggling readers. So all for the goal of achieving reading success. And this was actually recognized and cited by the UP Diliman, no? UP Diliman, UP Los Baños, UP Los Baños Community Development Program, no, as one of the best practice on engaging youth, no, in literacy development. So I do not know if there's sound. Uh, meron pong sound. Okay, so as here you can see, I'll just fast forward. So you'll see here how the ones facilitating this are the learners themselves, the advanced readers, and yeah, they are providing peer reading.
Tulungan po kami sa mga struggling readers na kailangan ng tulong, and at the same time, natututo rin po kami and napapractice rin po namin yung sarili namin.
Okay, so it develops this engagement among our students in the process of reading development. So learners helping learners, fellow learners, we want to establish that to empower our advanced readers. Okay. So there's the no, we provided specific episode title aligned with the specific reading competencies. So and the teacher and the learner work together in order to provide a meaningful episode that shows peer reading process. Peer reading, peer feedback process. We have also undertaken the virtual expo of school-based reading and literacy interventions in distance learning, again, to promote a culture of reading. And here we have invited national and even international speakers, no, to underscore the need to promote a culture of reading. We have even invited our senior education program specialist, Sir Denmark P. Alayon at the central office, and some international speakers as well. And we have this virtual gallery of school-based reading programs. So if you want to benchmark also on our reading programs, again, all 24 public schools, elementary and secondary, have their reading programs. You can access that on tinyurl.com/SDONAV and you will see their really meaningful programs, well thought of, systematic programs that might also work in your context. You can replicate actually like this community of readers program in Bagumbayan Elementary School, again engaging promoting a community of readers and also the whole of community in the strengthening of the reading program. Project Pro Read Lit. So there are really creative projects here. Project Praise, Nanay Tatay Ko, Guru Ko, Project from the Anghari, etc. So 24 of these projects, you'll see that all of these projects are, again, they utilize a lot of processes to ensure that the projects are responsive to the needs of the learner. So they even conducted root cause analysis, okay, problem analysis, and it's really process oriented. What you'll be learning here are really the processes from the beginning up to the end, how to monitor, and also the tools used in the monitoring and evaluation are all embedded in the program. So we really like that our school-based reading programs are process-oriented and data-driven. Okay, and really a lot of frameworks there shows that the programs are research-based as well. Okay, and then at the division level, we've been actively monitoring our reading and literacy programs. We have our own contextualized tools in the monitoring of reading programs, and as well as a learner reading tracking tool that we are implementing. And actually, this is our way, our rewards and recognition process. We recognize schools that have very impactful school-based reading programs through our Gawad Pahina and our seal of Gawad Layag, okay, or the seal of effective school governance, which um, reading is a very important component. The components of our search for innovative and exemplary reading program, we have school leadership and school support systems, professional development, instructional tools and reading, effectiveness, collaboration and partnership. So all anchored as well in the Bawat Bata Bumabasa framework, but again, more contextualized in our setting in Navotas. We have developed our own tool, okay, and this is a tool that is not meant for competition between and among schools, but this is competition uh, only to one school, no, if for continuous improvement of that particular school. So the school does not have to compete with other schools, because our tool will provide them with developmental approach, no, in improving the reading program. So from level 1 to level 4, there are characteristics. We have means of verifications, and we have well explained components. Um, this also serve as guide for our schools on how to continuously improve their reading programs. Okay, so we have this one, like aligning it with standards that we already have, like PPST, PPSSH, PPSS, the Philippine Professional Standards. The individual yon, but this time this is school level, no, and we are trying to come up with this kind of a way of standardizing our school-based reading programs. Now, for level 3, that's innovating. School meets all standards for reading literacy program, sustains implementation of effective interventions, and introduces innovations through the active engagement of stakeholders. So that this should be met. No? And there, you have seen a while ago the means of verifications for that. And level 4, exemplary school. So we have our indicators for that as well. So we give awards to those schools who will be able to satisfy the evidence requirements for level 3 and level 4. And of course, through our continuous monitoring, evaluation, and review of the reading programs, we're able to identify challenges, issues, gaps, and problems. And these are the things that we need to address. Sure program effectiveness through proper and systematic documentation. So very important is that we are able to document from the baseline data up to the post-test results. And then even in between, no, how our reading programs are implemented and facilitated. Establish feedback mechanism to further engage stakeholders in the school-based reading programs to further generate support. I'm very happy that Brigada Eskwela now includes Brigada Pagbasa, and that's a whole again a manifestation of a whole community approach towards the culture of reading. Need to further characterize school-based reading programs and provide technical assistance to each schools to continuously improve its processes and practices. Again, when we harvested the reports, now we are able to see which one needs technical assistance. So we focus on those schools that needs technical assistance. Need to craft a well-defined school-based reading program tool with clear standards and indicators, and this is already in the process. I have already showed you the standards, and we are now in the process of communicating it to the school heads. Uh, Again, only few parents. So in terms of parental engagement, this is still one of the challenge that we're seeing. Engaging parents, no, in helping and assisting their children because of some reasons, like for educational background, financial support, and a number of family members studying. So we need to provide them information, and also probably teach them on how to come up with, how to manage reading at home if these are challenging contexts. So some parents were not able to collect the reading materials in the given schedule. Okay, so availability of parents. So we need to really engage our parents, strengthen their engagement in the process. But though we already have projects, no, and programs for that, we just need to strengthen and intensify. Okay, in terms of the learner, no access to gadget, majority are still in naughty category. So we need to provide them gadgets. No, hopefully we will be able to attain 100% gadget for all learners by next fiscal year, because we have allotted, no, actually we have already saturated those learners needing gadgets, but some gadgets are uh, sometimes malfunctioning, so we need to replace those gadgets so that all learners will be given opportunity for synchronous and asynchronous online reinforcement, in the reading remediation. All right. So also, in terms of materials, there's the need to develop more and the needs to increase budget funding. Again, we already have an existing. We just have to intensify. Okay, intensify further. Okay, so more training on teachers in terms of facilitating or online oral reading tests, and to strengthen school-based professional development program. So again, there's a lot of more work to do, but we were able to um, the, started working on it. So for recommendations, we need to adapt the monitoring and evaluation tool aligned with DepEd and Literacy Coordinating Council to ensure standards-based approach and program implementation. So there's already tools, we just have to contextualize it. The use of ICT to facilitate monitoring and evaluation of reading program in the non-contact era. So partnering with our tech team to provide schools with training on the use of ICT in facilitating reading programs, strengthening literacy instruction, especially to key stage 1 and 2 learners. So even further, creation of online repository. Though we already have Project Flame, we want to expand its capacity, its storage, so that we can accommodate more reading materials. And this will establish a curriculum history of contextualized, localized education innovations, specifically in reading, and intensify the interweaving of action research process to ensure continuous improvement of practices. So we have engaged our teachers in our action in integrating action research, no, so that innovations are grounded on research. So here, our best practices so far characterize all schools have an ongoing reading interventions and enhancement program, projects and activities. And what works are those that are data driven, systematic, whole school approach with strong stakeholder engagement and developmental literacy instruction component. So there are also evidence of appropriate instructional tools suited to the needs of the learners. So this is one of our outcomes in our school-based reading programs. For 3 times in a row, for 3 year in a row, our Navota City has been given or has received the seal of good education governance. And we take pride on that because part of the criteria is the increased performance of learners. So since 2018, we're doing a good job of um, ensuring that our learners are given the opportunity and really improving their learning outcomes through our school-based reading program. And this seal of good education governance um, is one of the validation of that. And no, there's a lot of there's more work to do, but we are very much focused on our targets, and we'll be able to ensure that all our learners will be given uh, quality school-based reading interventions in the future. So here in SDO Navotas, our tagline, passion, purpose, productivity. So regards to our schools division superintendent, Sir Al Ibanez, and our ASDS, Ma'am Isabel Sibayan, and our chief of the curriculum implementation division, Ma'am Loida Balasa. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us the practices and the things that we are doing in our SDO. I'm very proud to see all of the steps, all of the plans that we are executing in the field so far. Now, we will have also teacher Trace for her comments about your presentation. If you would like to share something, ma'am, based on the presentation of our EPS.
Actually, I was really mesmerized by the
Mhm.
presentation. There were really a lot of activities that you were doing in SDO Nabota. Sir, wala kang kabisi-bisi ha. So,
Wala na siyang pahinga,
Ano?
ma'am.
Yes, walang pahinga. Kung merong babaeng walang pahinga, ikaw, sir, yung lalaking walang
Thank you
pahinga.
so much, Teacher Dre. Thank you for the appreciation.
and and all your projects, the Project Crest, Pulse, Flame, Avatars, they are really worth sharing to everybody.
Mhm.
And that only shows that SDO Nabotas is really maximizing their efforts just to reach out to every learner, every parent, every teacher, just to ensure that every child will really be a reader. This is absolutely commendable, sir.
And truly,
Thank you
it's
so
an
much.
omission reading program.
Yes, it's these are very very good projects, and I really would like to congratulate SDO Navotas. SDO Navotas is very blessed to have you, Dr. Meduranda.
That's true. I think we can go now to the questions raised by raised by some of our participants here. Okay, from Ma'am Mary Rose Lagunsad, which is one of our speakers. She is very interested, sir, to know how do you see the long-term benefits of your programs in terms of sustaining improvements in the reading interventions. Again, sir,
Yeah,
that is how do you see the long-term benefits of your programs in terms of sustaining improvements in the reading interventions?
uh, we hope to see sustained implementation of the reading programs, and therefore we feel that this will really redound to meaningful impact in terms of learning outcomes. That's a very good question because we are also doing some sort of impact evaluation of our programs and projects, and we want to see how this really redound to learning outcomes improvement in this time of pandemic. It's very difficult to measure right now because we do not have face-to-face implementation of
Mhm,
assessment. But in terms of the element of sustainability, this will be
mhm,
sustained because this is already part of the division education development plan. It's also embedded in the school improvement plans of all of our 24 public elementary and secondary schools. So therefore, if this is funded, if this is um, well placed no in the programs of the school, we will see meaningful impact no, in terms of learning outcomes, and we already see that in one aspect when we receive the seal of good education governance, and one component there is the increased number of independent and instructional readers and decreased number of frustrated readers based on the
mhm,
data. And that's one way of telling that our processes and projects and programs are working, okay, in
mhm.
our context, working very well in our context, and validated by external stakeholders as well.
Thank you for that, sir. There's another question, sir. We cannot post it on the banner because it's quite long. So I'll be reading it slowly so you can really take in the information from the question. What interventions can we do if we teachers already provided reading and instructional materials to the parents with videos in this new normal or distance learning if the parents are non-readers as well? I am not saying all parents, but there are some parents and they don't even have available gadgets to use or they cannot afford to buy load for their phones. What will happen to our non-reader learners?
We need to provide more interventions if
Mhm,
that's the case. No? If the parents themselves are incapable of providing uh, yeah, reading support no, at home, in SDO Navotas Teacher May, I hope you're familiar with Tutor a
mhm.
Learning Child. We're
Yes, sir,
in
part of it.
Project TLC, yeah, Project TLC, we're
Mhm,
in we identify household no, where
mhm,
learners cannot be supported by the parents. Number one,
mhm,
probably because of poor educational background. Number two, it's really they are very poor, no, really marginalized. And then number three, there's no there's no gadgets, there's no the socioeconomic background is very disadvantageous. So we
mhm,
profile the learners. We identified for this school year we have almost 200 learners belonging
mhm,
to that
mhm,
category and really needing the most help. And so through Project TLC, Tutor a Learning Child, we were able to identify volunteer tutors no, I was not able to inject that, no, but we have a program on that harness volunteerism.
Yes.
Volunteer tutors. These are some are college students, no, the fourth year college students who would want to do the volunteer work, and they would be given certificates, and they'll be prioritized, no, if they decided to join the public school system. And other more, even OFWs are also providing support through the form of load, no, and
Mhm.
mobile gadgets. And we were able to provide gadgets to these households also through the help of Congressman John Ray Tiangco and the local school board. And you see, so that kind of mobilization is very important at the division or at the city level for us to be able to provide help. No, a teacher cannot do it all alone. There should be
Mhm.
really a whole of community, okay, a whole of school approach to this. As I have mentioned, reading is a very complex and dynamic process, and we need the entire village to teach a child to read. So again, maybe when the teacher identified, oh, so my parents are not able to support because of this and this factors, then we need to be more creative, no, on how we provide more support. Connect with the
That's
school
true.
head, yeah, connect with networks and partnerships are very important nowadays in order to foster that culture of reading.
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive question. And you're right. To really foster reading and to really enhance reading, it is not only the teachers, but the whole and entire community or the entire village. Anything, Ma'am Drace, to add?
Yes, I just would like to congratulate once again SDO Navotas. I think you had that. Of course, it's a dream, right, of every division to have zero
True.
non-readers, and you have
Mhm.
it in Navota. So that's a very, very good dream that was accomplished by SDO Navotas. I hope, sir, that you can also share that with the rest of the divisions here in the Philippines.
Kaya po
Thank
ang
you
dami
so much,
nagtatanong sa
Andre.
comment section, Sir Marco, kung pwede raw
Opo.
pong mag-benchmark. Kung
Yes.
Sure,
pwede raw.
sure.
Mm.
Madali na lang
Mhm.
mag-benchmark ngayon kasi virtual naman. So, we are very much
Mhm,
willing. Our
mhm,
school's division superintendent, Sir Al, has been
mhm.
inviting, no, or actually been
Yes.
invited by other divisions to, to just look at our best practices.
Mhm.
It's up to you if you're going to replicate. But these
Yes.
practices work in our context, and it might
Yes po.
work also in your context. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Sir
Thank you in
Marco. Mhm.
advance for that, Sir
Thank you,
Marco.
Teacher Drace.
Yes po. And sir, I hope you will stay with us for the conferment of certificates later on. Now, since we are talking about non-readers, struggling readers, we will now proceed to a teacher who fostered the love of reading. But it's so magical, teacher Drace, that she was able to love reading when she herself was a struggling reader when she was
Yes.
young.
Yes, that was really an accomplishment that we should be
Mm-hmm.
very, very proud of, right? So, for all the struggling readers out there, you still have hope. You just listen to our next speaker.
Yes.
Okay, so let me now introduce our speaker. So, Ma'am Mary Rose A. Lagunsad finished her bachelor's degree in elementary education with specialization in early childhood education from the New Era University in 2002. She was the recipient of the Model Student Teacher and Leadership Awards of their batch. She juggled her roles as a mom, a housewife, a PNU MAED student, reading advocate, and academic coordinator of Montessori Academy of Valenzuela, where she taught from 2002 to 2012. Teacher Maros answered the call to teach in the public school in 2012. She became a kindergarten teacher from 2012 to 2019. She handled grade 2 students and currently teaches grade 5 English at Bitik Elementary School, where she is also their English coordinator. Ma'am Mary Rose is the outgoing program director of Pinoy Reading Buddies Philippines. It's a nonprofit organization founded in the USA that advocates and supports engaged reading and writing, customized literacy, and maker centered thinking and learning to teachers and students in the public schools. She was one of the NCR coordinators from 2016 to 2018 when she became one of their volunteer workshop trainers. In celebration of the National Children's Book Day, she had been chosen to become the reading icon of the Pamantasan ng
Wow.
Lungsod ng Valenzuela Library for July 2018, where she shared her favorite books for a month and introduced the PRB program for the first time through a workshop among the graduating BE Ed students. Mam Lagunsad was one of the three public school teachers, reading advocates from the Philippines who had been given the privilege by PRB USA to study and take part in a 5-month online course called Thinking and Learning in a Maker Centered Classroom, offered by none other than the Harvard Graduate School of Education, Harvard University, USA, from February to July 2020. Ma'am Mary Rose is also an active teacher volunteer of Museo Pambata, Manila. She is presently taking up an online Master of Arts in Education course at the Colegio de Dagupan. A once upon a time struggling reader, she came to love reading and writing through the years. At the onset of the pandemic, she rekindled her fondness for writing, gardening, and taking care of their pets, from whom she drew inspiration for her poems and stories. Friends, let us all welcome our speaker, Ma'am Mary Rose A. Lagunsad. A virtual
Thank
round of
you, Rose.
applause, please.
I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Ma'am Mary Rose Lagunsad, because if not for her, we will not have most of our speakers for this webinar series. She really helped me
Yes.
to curate and to determine the speakers for each Saturday of November. So, Ma'am,
Yes.
thank you so much for your help.
So she deserves another virtual round of applause.
That's
Thank,
Thank you,
true.
Teacher Rose.
thank you. I'm so humbled and honored to be a part of DepEd Tech
Mm-hmm.
Unit and to be able to share our advocacies and my love for reading
Mm-hmm.
among all our kababayans. Our mga kabataan, mga bata. Para sa
Mm-hmm.
bayan, as they say. Magandang
Yes,
umaga po. Tutor May, Teacher Grace,
yes, ma'am. And we will be putting,
and may, yes,
giving
ma'am.
you the spotlight, and you can proceed now to your presentation.
Yes, we have our first activity this morning. And as usual, when I conduct my workshops in schools and even in my classes, I often have this certain activity. So may I share the screen now? I mean, do the honors, Tutor Meal. Thank you. And you may choose which one to answer, please. You may choose our comment section. And the participants who are tuned in right now, feel free to answer the questions that will be shown in a bit later on. So meanwhile, let me greet my fellow teachers from BTEC Elementary School. Hello. And my fellow coordinators in the reading and English here in South District. Good morning to all of you. And kumusta po mga magulang, ang aming mga home facilitators? Sana po nakatutok po tayo dahil napakaganda po ang ng ating mga pag-uusapang mga sharing of experiences. Marami po tayong mapupulot na leksyon para po maibahagi natin ang pagmamahal ng pagbasa sa ating mga mahal sa buhay, lalong-lalo na po ang ating mga kids. And this morning, this topic of mine is called From Struggling Reader to Reading Advocate, a journey towards love of learning. So the next slide that I'm going to show you after my photo that you will see, I have there some questions. Medyo na-excite si ma'am. Ano, ayan. So later on, you can take my email address and if you have queries, there you go. So you might have your favorite childhood memory or a favorite story read to you, or you have read favorite moments with your family, your most unforgettable character, or your most unforgettable place. So why don't you share with us those moments? Could be in a sentence or a phrase. Feel free to do so. And I will be looking at your responses also and on the comment section. There you go.
Ma'am, as we are waiting for the
You're
responses of
still
our
waiting for the slides.
participants,
Okay. So
yes,
while we're
ma'am.
waiting for the
Uh,
slides too, yes,
mhm. I think,
to
ma'am,
be
the
shown.
slides are there, but since we are waiting for the responses of our
Oh, yes, that's
uh,
right.
participants, I will pick a phrase there. I would like to
Yeah,
have favorite story read to you or read to you.
that's right. Oh, we have a response here. I see from Ma'am
Mm-hmm.
Elaine Pableo Tenedero, jumping from height to the river pool. Oh, nice. It's really
Mm-hmm.
exciting, especially now
Mm-hmm.
that we can travel, right? This one from Ruth Palonga Pasqua, Jack and the Beanstalk, right? I
Yes
love
po.
reading Christmas stories from Jasmine Joy Gabriel
Mm-hmm.
Kia. Yes. And there's another
And
one here
mm-hmm.
as from Lucita Apale. When she was chosen as contestant in a reading contest for the district level. Yes, we have stories and contests coming up this month, and we invite everyone to join all of our National Reading Month contests, whether it is school based, district wide, and division wide, and even regional, right? So
Yes
we
po.
have a few
Mm-hmm.
more comments. Oh, my
Ma'am, there's
her favorite.
one
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
It's very interesting to know na di ako marunong magbasa ng Filipino, pero when I watched Mara Clara, I learned how to speak and
Oh,
I learned how to read in Tagalog because I would understand or I understood how the story went.
yes. It's a very poignant story, Mara Clara, right? And
Mm-hmm.
they even became good friends in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Okay.
we have some more from yeah, childhood memories, reading comics. Yeah, that's true. I remember funny comics. That's right. And a few more responses coming from some of our participants also. There's some Elena Guadalupe. Look, Ma'am May. She uh, enumerated reading Tagalog comics, Bible stories, the creation of the Bible story, eating meals together. Okay, Adam and Eve, Garden of Eden. And another one from, oh, Vivian Villacortes. She said, library quiz winner during fifth grade. How nice. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I will read all of those responses of yours a bit later on. The trees, yes, thank you so much. And this time, we look at the full circle of experiences. And let's take a look at the part where there's childhood, adolescence, early adulthood, up to the time when there's the agent of change. And as you see, when you say full circle, as William Shakespeare put it, the wheel is in full circle. And as you see the words parts, people, systems, and interactions, they go hand in hand as they come through the life of the reader, the learner, into advocate. And if I may say so, the agent of change part can come after childhood or even right after adolescence, as in case of Malala Yousafzai. Remember the Nobel Peace Prize winner, and recently Greta Thunberg, right? And some of us, we may be the agent of change after late adulthood. It so depends on the parts, the people, and the systems, and how these interact with one another and affect the reader, who becomes the learner and the advocate. And if I may have the next slide, please. Thank you. Now let's take a look of the profile of a struggling reader. Now let's read the quote here from this person. I was just moving my lips. I was pretending I could read. I would whisper or say words as if they were from the story. I was always afraid to be called to read in front. I often trembled. I had to skip classes often due to my recurring headache and stomach ache. These are but a few of those feelings from a typical struggling reader. And If you take a look at these sentences, each of them have a bearing on their lives, even up to adulthood. They come in waves as this reader or this learner strive hard to be able to achieve his dreams. So let's take a look at the next slide. The feelings of being stressed, anxious, and nervous creep in whenever they attempt to read or be called upon to do silent or oral reading. And yes, they do have stomach aches and headaches. Are we all aware of that? Do we even take the time to ask them? They have feelings of inadequacy, feeling of being feeling alone and left out, as if they don't belong. And yes, and comments coming in, the list goes on. And the memories do come back. But nevertheless, we are here to build bridges and connections. Let's put the puzzle pieces together. You and I, teachers, parents, students watching right now, our stakeholders, let's place positive experiences and interactions for our learners. Let's try and mobilize our communities in conducting and being as one in our Brigada Pagbasa programs. We have remedial reading sessions, right? And I have been a product of that in third grade and even from first grade. That's right. And I thank my teachers in La Consolacion School. We have read aloud activities. And in Pinoy Reading Buddies, we conduct World Read Aloud Day every February. So check that out. Storytelling encounters. Yours truly have joined the storytelling project of Kuya Ray Buffy. Of course, the National Library of the Philippines book cart. Not to mention, of course, Museo Pambata Manila offers a lot of these storytelling encounters with arts and crafts. And our school, Bitik Elementary School, have been visited by mobile library of the Museo Pambata. Let's also conduct and enjoy the collaborative learning opportunities, workshops, and yours truly, and a lot of teachers who are watching right now, if I may say so. Some teachers I have met and become friends with are bringing their students to the Cultural Center of the Philippines to attend workshops together, and even in Museo Pambata. So you can do that too, even in your local museums in your provinces. They might have some offerings of workshops. Do that. And reading buddies in all caps. These are engaging and empowering Pinoy reading buddies activities that I'm sure most of our participants here are quite familiar with and would like to know more about. Writers workshops and sharing time period. We have been doing this in kindergarten, right? For all you know, this is one of the best practices. Whether the kids write gibberish language, they tell stories of what they have drawn and they share it in class. It's very empowering. And they have the part there when related to that is the customized literacy program of the Pinoy Reading Buddies, where non-readers, struggling readers, can share their experiences. And this is truly very empowering on the part of the learners. You'll be surprised how this customized literacy has impacted our students. And we have tried this. My students right now are in grade 5, and we did this in grade 2 when they write their own pabula. They are paired together to read and then to write their own stories. And before the pandemic ended, my 5th grade students did also their own versions of their stories. And the book club online enrichment programs of PRB. Why don't you join us? And if you have some local book clubs and enrichment classes that are online, please do so. And the last but not the least, reading for pleasure. This is the most important component of having or being able to reach out and to put the pieces together for our learners. Have our home learning spaces, some reading nooks perhaps in our home. It may be something that you put permanently or something that you have to be able to set aside for a while because you have to do some important family activities, whether you need to eat or you need to entertain guests, what have you. But at least you have a reading corner or a study corner in your homes. Next slide, please. Now, the most important part here, of this presentation is, if I may speak and share these advice, that we should allow and we must allow them to speak, create, and make learning visible. Let us engage them in activities where they can be creative, they can express themselves, that they feel that you trust them, that you want them to be able to share what they know and from where they're coming from. Let's give room for activities that encourage helping others. This is so big, really. Empathy is the big word now, right? Let us encourage more activities where this is highlighted, and listen well and answer their questions. Love is time, as they say, how you spell it, right? And create an atmosphere of reading and writing for pleasure, as our previous speakers have emphasized, right? Reading and writing opportunities. It's a go, go, go. And let them see you reading and writing, as it's learning from what they see from you, and have engaging conversations on significant topics. It could be anything under the sun. It could be a news from TV, or from the live stream news, or something that you came across with as you are studying online, or during your modular work, you came across something, and just have a regular conversation. Kwentuhan, right? So, nagpapalitan kayo ng kuro-kuro on something. It's not you're arguing, but you are exchanging ideas. And look at this screen. Shared with you a screenshot of this serve and return, where perhaps later on during your when this is has ended, you can watch the Molly Wright video on how peek-a-boo has great impact on the learning of the child. That 0 to 5 years of age is where we start it. So remember the question earlier: when should we start it? Guiding and teaching our students to read. I'm sharing just this moment with you of that portion that I'm enjoining everyone to watch. And the speaker in that video is a 7-year-old girl. Yes. Thank you. And next slide, please. Now, this is a picture taken from at our grade school library in La Consolacion. Thank you, Ma'am Tess Navalta. She shared this old picture with me because I have not had a photo of our library. And look at this portion here. Everyone is playing already, but I need to attend remedial classes. So if you remember the previous slide, where this struggling reader experiences those anxious moments, and this time the struggling reader needed to attend remedial classes, and she saw that the library is still open. So she said, I can still look at my favorite books till the librarian closes doors at 5 p.m. And my mom is working all day. She could not guide me. Yet, I often see her writing something in her big notebook. She has a lot of notebooks, if I may say so. My dad is always out and too preoccupied, really, with stuff too. But he is a voracious reader. There are lots of books in the house. How about you? Do you have books in the house? Do you have your reading corner? And we miss our libraries. Next slide, please. Now we go to the part when we go to the pursuit of meaning and purpose. We are able to build connections and bridges for these learners. We are able to put the puzzle pieces together. Now, let us place our mission to touch the very heart of the learner so that we will ignite his passion and grit. Let's guide him into having that pursuit for meaning and purpose. And according to Oprah Winfrey, you've got to follow your passion. You've got to figure out what it is that you love, who you really are, and have the courage to do that. So, as I've mentioned, there are some suggestions there. Attend workshops, work on projects, visit museums. The list goes on, really. And grit, thanks to Angela Duckworth. She was able to share with us. The next slide, please. And encourage participation, be involved, and follow through, right? So, grit focuses on the endurance of this persevering learner. And with a growth mindset, the lead in today's presentation. What is it about? Let's teach our kids and ourselves about the power of yet. Let us build strong readers, help them unlearn that fixed mindset. Remember how we were brought up and that we are this learner and we are this person and that we can never learn and we are born like this and we can never improve. Instead, we nurture the growth mindset. And according to Dr. Carol Dweck, those with the growth mindset found setbacks motivating, and it is a wake up call. And if you recall the question a while ago to Dr. Madrid regarding the distractions and challenges, that's right. Let's use them to the advantage of the learners. Now, how do we go about that? We go into detail when, of course, I'd like to share with you our FB page where you can see the posts and the recent activities in line with the growth mindset. Please do visit also our website. And if you're interested, you could also email Ma'am Rowena Jimenez in the address shown on screen. If you'd like to know more about this, building a strong reading home or building strong readers through the growth mindset. And right, I'm and actually, the question a while ago was, are you reading in the pandemic? Are you reading? Yes, I have been reading a lot lately. And this is the number one on my bucket list of reading. I got this secondhand book. So, growth mindset. Next slide, please. And what is Pinoy Reading Buddies education philosophy? This we have always advocated on the curiosity and discovery of the child. The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. Remember, I told you a while ago about the fire, that when you have set it aflame, the light goes on, and you let that shine among others as well because you pay it forward. And Filipino children will learn best when they are meaningfully engaged and their voices are heard. So take note of that. And the mission of PRB is to get Filipino children to collaborate with their peers and to effectively communicate their ideas about their environment. If you recall on the first few slides regarding the full circle of experiences, we're in the parts and the people and the systems, they interact and they affect and they have this lasting effect on the reader, the learner, and the advocate in the long run. Students should aspire to use their education to improve their communities and eventually change the world. You may not be able to change everybody at the same time, but one person, and according to Emily Dickinson, if I may add, if you could stop one heart from breaking, you have not lived in vain, right? Next slide, please. And what are the components of the Pinoy Reading Buddies? We have four. Will just enumerate them because this discussion takes a big, quite a few hours for a workshop to do. This is a different one. So, but this has been the highlight of how I became part of PRB. And this is designed as a reading program with four parts aimed at empowering. Look at that part when it is highlighted, empowering our students by providing them with regular opportunities during your time to read segment in classrooms in the rural areas and even after school programs in congested schools here in the NCR or even in the major cities here in the Philippines, right? So we have the predicting part where you go the picture walk. I love the picture walk really. Second is the read out loud where the reading buddies get to decode what they have done in the picture walk. And the word wall, it's a big help with comprehending. We have done this, we have tried this also in some schools for the deaf. There's an NGO and they did it so well. They're very colorful word wall themes. And even in the PLV, the students also made from what available materials they have. See, there's time to create, to write, and read. And of course, when you track their progress, you use the reading log. So remember the four components, participants. Next slide, please. And a big portion of our workshops, we have uh, upheld and promoted our Filipino writers and illustrators. Mga kababayan, atin pong tangkilikin ang ating sariling mga kwento ng ating mga manunulat at mga illustrators. Napakarami pong mga kwento na maaari nating gamitin. And marami rin po mga sinulat ang ating mga kaguruan, hindi po ba? In fact, in the World Read Aloud Day nitong nakaraan, alam nyo ang binasa namin ng mga estudyante ko po, yung mga nanalo po dun sa National Storybook Writing Competition. And I'm so proud of all of you, fellow teachers. Written and illustrated by our teachers. And ito po yung mga iba po pong programa natin, the PRB Customized Literacy Program, the online enrichment class, naging part po tayo, the PRB Book Clubs, World Read Aloud I've already given, and the PRB Book Club webinars on growth mindset. It's ongoing now. And next slide, please. Thank you. And a glimpse of one of our virtual enrichment classes. I did two. I co-facilitated one and I facilitated one. And here are pictures of the BE Ed customized literacy, or the phase 2, right? The writing part. A picture of when I was in a presentation for a conference in Lampara House, and a picture also when I shared my time in reading a story for Museo Pambata kids and guests. Next slide, please. And going back to the story of this struggling reader. My grandpa was a lawyer. He and grandma traveled a lot. I got hold of their postcards and pictures. I would often look at them and imagine. One day, I came across an old pink Alice in Wonderland storybook. I would often look at the illustrations. I could not read the words yet. Still, I kept looking at the pictures as I turned the pages. Next slide. And the sun has set again. I can smell Dad's cigar. There he goes with Forsyth, Ludlum, and the 60s music keeping him company. I long for Mom to come home early. I wish she and Papa could read to me. But I was alone with this pink book and my Raggedy Ann. So I played with my dolls and pretend to read to them. So I had reading buddies back then. I saw what young Florence did in a book with pictures. So from then on, I opened the books with pictures. Scary stories in Storytime series, Grandpa's Reader's Digests. Oh, how I love those unforgettable characters of Reader's Digest. And yes, one beautiful day, I can finally read. Next slide, please. And before I leave you, there are two more slides left. This poem is dedicated to all of us who have been struggling readers, and those parents out there, teachers who are challenged to how to be able to touch and reach out to these students. And this poem is dedicated to all of you. I often had stomach aches, it's true. I had caterpillars crawling in me long before they flew, as butterflies in my tummy. At home, piles and piles of books abound, yet they tell me they can't be found. In the library, I sought solace. There in the pages, filled with happy colors, I smile at dancing shoelaces. Now, if a child is a struggling reader or writer, the conclusion must be that we have not yet discovered the way to help him learn. Remember, learn. Mind, heart, and soul. Thank you very much, dear participants, future reading advocates, one and all. God bless you. If you'd like to reach out and contact me, here's my email address. If you want to follow me on Instagram, it's Tales of a Bibliophile Teacher. And my Facebook page is Project Bear. And please also follow our Facebook page, Friends of Pinoy Reading Buddies. You are welcome to join us.
Thank you very much for that very informative talk, Teacher Maros. It's very heartwarming to see
Mm-hmm.
that you still love to read, you still love doing poetry. I can really relate because I also love doing poems, and it's my stress reliever. So every
Mm-hmm.
time I
Wow.
would read, every time I would feel very happy, extreme emotions. That's the time I would also write poetry, and it's a very good reading also, a very good reading and writing skill for
Writing.
us.
Mm-hmm, indeed. Okay, let's address a question from one of our participants, and this is from Ma'am Rosalie Jasmine Belleza. What is the best practice that we can apply as a language teacher to make non-readers easily read? Kasi ang hirap po talagang magturo pag
Mm.
non-reader. Talagang yung patience natin, di ba? Talagang
Yes. Mm-mm.
paubusan ng PC. So, as a struggling reader when you were younger, ma'am, what can you advise to our teachers now handling, teaching non-readers or struggling readers?
Yes, thank you for that question, Ma'am Rosalie. You know what? There are a lot of possible answers to that, but number one is, as a teacher, we must be able to enlighten ourselves in
Mm-hmm.
how are we going to reach out to our students, because these kids, they know our heart. If we're true, if we're sincere, and when they sense that concern, that authentic, sincere, genuine love and concern for him or her, we have tapped and we have already taken a lot of steps going up to that part when we are able to reach out and guide him.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we do all these programs and we inform them well, and we also involve the parents. That's also the second
True.
one. When the parents are involved, and you also make them feel that you trust them, that you believe that they can do it. We empower them. It's really if I may say, a very liberating experience.
Mm-hmm. Indeed,
Yes, ma'am.
talagang napakalaki ng contribution ng role ni parents in fostering and developing the love and the interest of our learners in
Yes.
reading. And for
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
Mom, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate your sharing for today. Now, since we are talking about struggling readers, ma'am, definitely we
Yes
have
po.
to tap on their interest. And that will be addressed by our last speaker for today. And I'm very proud to
Mhm.
present to you our last speaker. Can we flash her picture? And I know she's very famous, not only on TV, but on social media as well. Okay. Our last speaker earned both her bachelor and master's degree from Philippine Normal University, Manila. Okay, so we had the same school pala. She also takes her doctorate degree with a specialization in curriculum and instruction from the same university. Really, how hardworking she is. At present, she is a deputy TV teacher broadcaster for kindergarten. She is a Microsoft Education Ambassador, or a MEA, a facilitator of early language literacy and numeracy training, sorry for that,
Mhm.
and a writer of kindergarten learning materials. She was awarded as the most outstanding teacher in DepEd Bacoor City in 2018 and 2019, most outstanding teacher broadcaster in kindergarten in the 2020 DepEd TV Awards, most outstanding storyteller, and most enthusiastic tutor in the 2020 DepEd Itulay Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on our virtual stage Ma'am Levin R. Pabriaga. Ma'am Levin.
Hi, good day,
Hello,
Hi,
Ma'am
everyone.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am
Levin.
May, for that wonderful introduction. I am
Hello.
also humbled by your words, and I'm happy to be with you all today to share something about, like what you said, Ma'am May, tapping the interests of our learners just to make sure that they will be able to achieve literacy. Because literacy, it's not a privilege, really, it's a right. Ito ay isang karapatan
Mm-mm.
ng mga bata. That is why we have now the celebration of the National Reading and Book Month, because we acknowledge the importance of the skill of reading not only during this month of November but
Mm-hmm.
all throughout the months of the year. That's why, Ma'am May and the rest of the EdTech unit, I would like to
Mm.
congratulate you for making this initiative just to deliver or to share with our fellow teachers some tips and some strategies just to promote literacy and the love for reading to our learners. And today, I would share with you some tips on how to conduct virtual storytelling. And for my
Wow,
session, I
this is
entitled
nice.
it Digitales. Now, when you heard the word Digitales, or upon reading this word, what came into your minds? Well, technically, this
Honestly,
is a word.
mm-mm, when I
Yes,
heard
Mame?
your title, I am I remember this famous Japanese anime. It's Digimon. Alam mo ba yun, natandaan mo yung yung Digimon. And sabi ko Digitail. So
Uh-huh.
um it's a pun of that Japanese anime show, but I remember you have this advocacy to really reach our learners through
Mm.
storytelling in social media platforms. Kung sila Ma'am
Wow,
Rose,
so cool.
storytelling talaga sila face to
Mm-mm.
face. Ang kay Ma'am Levy naman talagang online. So my YouTube, my Facebook, and other social media platforms.
Wow, this is something to watch out for. Have to learn a lot
Yes
from
po.
this. Yes. Mm-mm.
Yes, thank you, Mga Ma. Well, indeed, I have this campaign, which is an online storytelling campaign just to continue the love for reading and literacy despite the safety health protocols that we have to promote now that we are in the
Mm-hmm.
pandemic. Now, when we say digitales, it's a word that would not be found in the dictionary because this word is a word that I invented, and it means the combination of digital and tales. And when we say digital, it's something related to the computer or any electronic equipment. And when we say tales, it simply refers to stories, narratives, or any accounts of events or experiences. Now, if we combine these two, digital and tales, we get digitales, or stories passed on through technological devices. And today, I will share with you some tips and strategies on how to conduct or how to create these digitales, or how to conduct virtual storytelling activities using some common technological applications. Now, before I continue, I like to introduce myself again. I am Levin Arpabriaga. You may call me Teacher Levin. I am a kindergarten teacher at Mambog Elementary School for more than 5 years before I was assigned as a teacher broadcaster in Deped TV in the year 2020. I am also a volunteer online tutor in Deped Itulay, and I'm a student taking the degree Doctor of Philosophy with specialization in curriculum instruction in PNU Manila. And also, I am a blogger, I am a travel enthusiast, and also, I am a certified cat lover. Now, let's go back to our topic. Why is it that reading is given much importance by educators? And why is it that storytelling is also given emphasis when we are talking about reading? Now, humans simply love to hear and tell stories. Humans have long been fascinated by stories since the prehistoric times where there were no books yet, and until today, where there are already books of all shapes and of all forms. Telling tales have been a part of many entertaining pastimes. And that's because there are many benefits of telling and listening to stories. First of which is cultural understanding. Next is curiosity, imagination, and communication. And the other one is the development of learners' focus and social skills. Now let's go to the first one first. Development of cultural understanding. Telling stories allows children to experience different worlds, countries, and traditions. It can also help our learners to develop an appreciation of the rest of the world and different cultures. Nowadays, because of globalization, multiculturalism is a very important aspect in our learners. They must know how to respect diversity, they must know how to respect different forms of traditions, and stories is simply a perfect avenue to teach learners cultural understanding. Storytelling has been proven to help develop a sense of empathy as children are encouraged to put themselves in the position of the story's characters, to consider their actions and reactions, and why they have made them. Now, let's go to the next benefit, and that's the development of the learner's curiosity, imagination, and communication. Reading to our learners can increase their willingness to express themselves and communicate their thoughts and feelings. We may ask them to talk about the story, talk about the plot, about the characters, and they may also suggest on how the characters might maybe behave or maybe do some inferencing. And through stories, children really develop their imagination and curiosity, and that's because of the feelings that we invoke to them, because of the characters that we introduce to them. And when storytelling, also, we could actively encourage our learners to ask questions and to talk about how they feel. So, aside from the development of their curiosity and imagination, storytelling also develops in learners other 21st century skills like critical thinking and also creativity. Reading is a perfect way to broaden their vocabulary, and as learners will pick up new words as they hear them. And if they don't understand a word, they will more likely ask for an explanation. So, we, as storytellers, as teachers, we could also encourage our learners to ask questions because this way it will develop more their vocabulary. Storytelling also encourages our children to be creative and use their imagination to picture the setting, the characters, and the story itself as it unfolds. And rather than being given the imagery to accompany the words, which is in the case of watching the film, the child could be able to build something in their minds within the story that is set for themselves. I remember when I was a child, my favorite set of books are always fairy tales, Disney fairy tales. And because of repeatedly hearing to these stories told by my mom, is that I always imagined myself as a princess, same as my sister. Now, that is what storytelling does to kids and to the listeners. We think of ourselves as part of the stories, we immerse ourselves, and because of that, our imagination, of course, is widened or broadened. And as kids, part of them growing up is the development of their imagination. Now, for the last one, the development of the focus and social skills. Through storytelling, our learners are encouraged to listen to others, may it be their peers, may it be their parents, or may it be their teachers. And because of this process, learners may achieve the skill of being more patient or to let others speak, and then they begun to understand that others may not interpret things in the same way that they do. Their focus and listening skills are developed as they concentrate on what the storyteller is saying. And if they don't listen, they will miss out on parts of the plot or the story. And simply put, storytelling provides children to a window to new worlds. It gives them the opportunity to learn new ideas and information, and without realizing it, they are learning valuable life lessons through hearing an engaging and exciting story. Now, before I proceed to my discussion, I would like to greet first some of our listeners to for today. Hello, Ma'am Levy Perez. Thanks for your message here. And Also, hello to Ma'am Fe Agcon, who's watching from Inaban Elementary School, Rosario District Division of La Union. Hello also to Ma'am Rosie Tulagan. And thank you for stating here that we have a very nice topic. Thank you for listening and joining us today. Also, hello to Sir Leonardo Calderon, who's watching from Mandile Elementary School, San Miguel South District, San Miguel, Bulacan. Once again, thank you for joining us today. Now, thanks to technology, oral storytelling is even something we can do even when distance separates us from children. Now, digital storytelling is the practice of using computer based tools to tell stories. That is according to an article published by the University of Houston in 2011 on their website. And digital stories usually contain some mixture of computer based images, text, recorded audio narration, video clips, and music. Also, these digitals or digital storytelling could vary in length, but mostly our stories could be between 2 minutes to 10 minutes. Well, of course, it depends to the story and to the storytellers. I would like to share a quote by Dana Ashley, one of the digital storytelling pioneers, and she said, digital storytelling combines the best of two worlds. Imagine two worlds in one: the new world of digitized video, photography, and art, and the other world, which is the old world of telling stories. Now, because of the pandemic, of course, we encountered lots of challenges and difficulty just to deliver quality education and to make sure that our learners develop literacy. But of course, we would not succumb to these challenges brought to us by the pandemic. Instead, we must think of innovative ways just to deliver learning continuity to our learners. Now, since technology is already there for us, it has its negative sides, but why not harness its positive sides just to deliver learning continuity to our learners? And now, because of this, we have digitales or conducting virtual storytelling, of course, with the use of technology. Now, traditional storytelling is storyteller or listener approach, while digital storytelling is using more of the computer based tools. Now, before we create our virtual storytelling sessions, we must consider first these guide questions. Now, there are only three. The first one is, what is the purpose or what are our purpose of telling our story? Next, what are the feelings or perspectives that we want to convey to our audience or to our learners? And the last one is, how might we sequence our story with a proper beginning, middle, and end? Now, you must take consideration of these guide questions, and this will be our baselines on creating our digitals or virtual storytelling later on. And there are three steps in creating digitales or virtual storytelling sessions. And this is according to the University of Wollongong in 2021, posted on their website also. And these three steps are: first, to collect content; next is the ethical collection; and the last one, but of course, one of the most important steps, is to create our digitales or our digital stories. And we have a comment here from Rosalie Salita. Digital storytelling is very useful to our learners since they engage much of their time on their devices. That's right, Mama Rosalie. Now, instead of maybe allowing our kids to engage in mobile legends or other online games. Now, why must we not capacitate technology in much more productive ways like storytelling, right? So you're right, Ma'am Rosalie. Thank you for that comment of yours. Now let's go to the first step of creating digitales, and that's to collect content. Now, I would teach you how to find free images. There are three ways that I would teach you, and first is on Google. In Google, you may search for an image and under the search box, click Tools. To narrow results to images with available license info, click Usage Rights. Now, there are two types of licenses or usage rights. The first one is Creative Commons licenses, and the other one is commercial or other licenses. Now, which do you think is the better between the two? Now, when we say Creative Commons licenses, these images are usually free to use but require credit. They may also have limitations on how or what context you can use them. And for example, an image license might state that you can modify it or use it for commercial purposes. And the other type of license is commercial or other licenses. These images have non Creative Commons licenses and can be either from free sites or commercial sites that require payment. So between the two, of course, the better type of license to use are images with the Creative Commons licenses. Example, you have written a story, but you have no illustrations yet, and you want to gather images for that story that you wrote. Now, this is a step that you could do. Go to Google and look for images and just make sure that the images that you would collect have the Creative Commons licenses. Okay? Another step or another way to create find free to find free images is through the website of the Library of Congress. Just go to this link that you see on our screen now and get access to digital collections that are free to use and reuse. Maybe the Library of Congress website is a bit new for us now, but the good thing is the content that's under the Library of Congress may be either in the public domain, has no known copyright, or has been cleared by the copyright owner for public use. Each set of content is based on a theme and is first featured on the website's homepage. So after our discussion now, you may visit this site. Remember, Library of Congress. And then the other one is CC Search. Again, go to this link that you see on our screen now and get access to over 500 million images available for reuse. Except where otherwise noted, content on this site is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 international license. Now, let me read another comment here. We have from Mom Aleli Faith. I like it when you encourage us and shown us how we can take advantage of the internet for learning and reading of our students. Yes, Mom Aleli, thank you for that comment. Internet is very widely used now. It's very rampant. So we must really take advantage of it instead of just saying that it provides many negative effects to our learners, the internet, because of misguidance, maybe of our learners. Why not use it to create more benefits for our learners? We also have one comment here from Ma'am storytelling with technology integration can really boost interest from learners to read. That's right, Ma'am Judy, because our learners now are digital citizens, which means that they really use highly our technology now just to learn or to get entertained, right? Now, if you don't like to get free images from the three suggestions that I gave you, which are Google, Library of Congress, and CC Search, why not illustrate your own images? Maybe you have written your own story and you would like to get more creative, of course. I know and I recognize that teachers are very talented. So aside from taking free images from the internet, why not illustrate your own? I would like to show you one story which I wrote for our storybook writing competition in our division of Bacoor City, and this story is entitled Si Pip ang Mahiyaing Jeep. And aside from writing this original story, I would also like to share with you that this story was illustrated also by myself. So that's what I would like to put across my fellow teachers. Aside from writing stories of your own, why not try illustrating stories by yourself? In that case, the whole content is original, your text is original, the story is original, and also the illustrations or the images are also original. So, let me show you this example. Si Pip ang mahiyaing jeep. Si Pip ang mahiyaing jeep. Kwento at guhit ni Levin R. Pabriaga. Kay aga manggising ng tandang sa garahe ni Mang Oman. Ilang minuto pa lamang ang dumaan matapos ang tilaok na nakabubulahaw. Mga ugong naman ng sasakyan ang sabay-sabay na naghihiyawan. Ngayon ang unang araw ng pagparada ng mga munting sasakyan. Masigla ang tunog ng mga gulong ng mga munting sasakyan. Dala ang kanilang mga bagong gamit, isa-isa silang pumasok sa garahe ni Mang Oman. Naalerto ang lahat sa tining ng kampana sa garahe ni Mang Oman. Hudyat ito ng pagsisimula ng klase sa kanilang munting paaralan. Ano nga ba ang matututunan ng mga sasakyan kay Mang Oman? Mga batas trapiko lang naman at kung paano tumakbo ng wasto sa daan.
Kamusta mga kaibigan?
Padagundong na dumating si Trina Tren suot ang bagong ilaw sa kanyang harapan. Sumunod ay ang pagrampa ng makinis at mapulang si Jose Coche sa daanan. Buong dangal ding pumasok si Lita Bisikleta habang ibinibida ang mga bago niyang laso sa hawakan.
Ano kaya ang mga pag-aaralan natin ngayong araw?
Tanong ng bisikletang ubod ng daming palamuti sa katawan. Alright, so that's just an excerpt or a short clip from my story, which is entitled Si Pip ang Mahiyaing Jeep. So again, fellow teachers, I encourage you to write your own stories, and aside from that, instead of getting or collecting images from the internet, why not illustrate your own? Now we're done with collecting images for our virtual story or digitales. Now, how about our background music? Now, as we know, music or background music makes our digitales or virtual storytelling sessions livelier. I will share with you two websites where you could take free music. The first one is Ben Sound, and then the other one is Jamendo. Just go to the links that you see on screen and download royalty-free stock music for YouTube or your media projects, multimedia projects. And also for Jamendo, there are also 600,000 free songs for your perusal for your storytelling projects. And just like in illustrating your own images, why not compose your own music as well? Because I know that teachers really are very, very talented. If you could write your own story, if you could illustrate your own images, why not compose your own music too? I would also like to share with you this song which I composed for my virtual storytelling sessions or my online storytelling campaign. This song is an introductory song, and I composed this for the purpose of, like, when the students or their learners hear this song, they automatically know that this is my online storytelling campaign. So let me share it with you. Kwentuhan song, which is also composed and performed by myself, Teacher Levin, and it's arranged by my good friend Sir Rafael Concepcion. So here it is.
Buksan ang iyong isipan at sumama sa ating kwentuhan. Kaalaman, kasiyahan, hatid sa atin ang ating aklat na kaibigan.
Right. So it's just a short song because it's only an introductory song. Every time my online storytelling campaign starts, now this song would automatically play. Now, if you are too overwhelmed of creating your own story, then creating your own images or illustrating your own images and also composing your own songs, in your school, you could empower the concept of teamwork. Maybe one teacher could create a story, another teacher could illustrate for you, and then another teacher could create a song for you, and then put all your outputs together, and there you go. You already have your digitals or your virtual storytelling session. So now we're done with collecting content. We learned about how to collect free images, free songs, but of course, I advise you just to create your own stories, create your own music, and create your own images. But what if you have limited time and all you want to do is scan a commercially published book, get free images from the internet, get free songs? Well, that's okay. But of course, we have some ethical considerations to remember or to be reminded with. You can only take or use photographs, sound recordings, or videos of someone if they have provided you with their informed consent. And if you would like to involve children in your digitales or virtual storytelling sessions, make sure that you have informed consent from their parent or their guardian. And just as you include referencing in any other assignment, you must also reference all the elements of your digitales or digital story that are not of your own, including ideas, images, video, and audio. So these are just some ethical considerations that we should remember. And before our participant get their informed consent, example, you would like to invite teachers or learners or maybe parents or other stakeholders in your virtual storytelling sessions, make sure that they are informed of these following questions or pointers. First, they must understand what a digital story is. They must know what your digital story is about, maybe the themes or the topics. They must also know how your digital story will be created, maybe what software are you using. They should also know what they are asked to contribute, maybe their voice, maybe their illustrations or their books or their video. And you may also tell them, or you should also tell them, where your digital story will be accessed from, maybe in YouTube, maybe on Facebook or Vimeo. And also who will and who might be able to access to and share your digital story. Now, these are some other considerations for the ethical collection. Now, this is the last part, creating your digital story. Okay, so this is the most fun and exciting part because this is where you really get to put your talents and integrate all your ideas in creating your digital story. Now, before I would proceed, I would like to greet a good friend of mine who also happened to who also happens to celebrate his birthday today. And that good friend of mine is also one of the participants in my online storytelling campaign. And that's in the person of Teacher Ken B. Mayorga of Paleo High School, Tanjay City Division. So, happy birthday, Sir Ken, and also congratulations for your recent achievements. I heard the news that you were awarded as the Golden Silaw Best Secondary School Teacher. So, congratulations, Teacher Ken. You are one of the most talented teachers that I know, but I know from our listeners today, there are also many achiever teachers who have also contributed lots of efforts and initiatives just to make sure that literacy instruction or other forms of instruction or subject areas, I'm sure that we have many talented teachers here now with us. Now, let's go again with the steps on how to create our digital story. The first step is creating and editing audio files. Now, we have types of audio files. The first one is the spoken word and vocal tracks or our voice recording. Next is music, and next is pre recorded tracks. Now, when we say spoken word and vocal tracks, these are our voiceover recordings. To make it quick and easy, we may use the microphone and voice recording app available in our smartphone or computer. But to have better quality, we may use a more professional microphone like a condenser microphone. Now, next for music. Again, to make it quick and easy, we may use simulated instruments in an application, but to have better quality, if we want to compose our own music, we may record live instruments or vocal tracks into an application. Now, the last one for pre-recorded tracks. What if we just want to borrow tracks from websites? Recorded music and sound files are subject to copyright, so always make sure that you have permission to use a pre recorded file as the basis for our storytelling project. Again, my suggestions to you a while ago we have Ben Sound and Jamendo, but there are other websites. There are lots of websites where we can download free audio files for our background musics. Now, for the creating and editing of our audio files, usually audio editing process generally involves editing the length of our audio files, adjusting the volume, if we want to put inflection, more drama to our background music or voice recording, and it also involves making sure that the different sound elements are balanced to suit our desired end result and also applying effects. And one common audio editing software is Audacity. It is free, open source, and cross platform. You may download this application in the internet. Remember, it's Audacity. I personally use this application, but of course, if you have other applications that you are currently using now, that's okay, as long as, of course, you are able to utilize it well to create your wonderful digitales or virtual storytelling sessions. Now, for the next step, oh, before we go to the next step, I would like to share with you first a sample clip of my storytelling of the story entitled Si Bas Bayabas at Ang Tropang OK, written by Dr. Luis P. Gatmaitan. Now, that's why I'm sharing with you this story, because in this story, I utilize different voices of characters, and all those voices were myself only. But through the help of Audacity, I was able to push it through and create this story with different sounds. So let me play it for you. Once again, si Bas Bayabas at Antropang OK, kwento ni Dr. Luis P. Gatmaitan.
Gusto naming maramdamang kami ay may halaga pa.
Sobra na. Tama na ang pang-aapi. Igalang naman sana nila kami.
Pinahinahon ni Bas ang mga tampo at hinaing ng mga bagong dating.
Ang lahat ng bagay ay hindi nakukuha sa init ng ulo.
Sabi niya. Sa halip, Iminungkahi ni Bas na magdaos na lang ng palaro para sa kanilang lahat. Tropang okay daw ang kanilang magiging pangalan. Kasi okay pa rin naman sila kahit may mga kapansanan sila. Sinang-ayunan naman ito ng lahat at nagsimula na silang magplano. Nang malaman ng ibang mga hayop tungkol sa balak na gagawin ng grupo, pinagtawanan lang nila ito. Aba, balak pa palang magpalaro ng mga yan. Ano ba yan? Sabi ng isang asong sobrang yabang.
Tama lang na magsama-sama kayo. Mga walang silbi.
Dagdag pa ng isa.
Sasakit na naman ang tiyan ko sa kakatawa. Hindi na ako makahintay.
Hiyaw ng isang pilyong kambing. Isang hapon, nang papalubog na ang araw, nagtipon-tipon ang tropang okay sa ilalim ng punong bayabas. Ikinukwento ni Bas ang kanyang pakikipaglaban sa maraming bagyo at malakas na hangin, at kung ilang beses din siyang nabalian ng mga sanga. Sabi niya, hindi naging sagabal ang kapansanang yon para siya ay muling yumabong at mamungat. Ipinaalala niya na ang bawat nilikha, may depekto man o wala, ay may papel sa buhay.
Kung wala talaga tayong silbi, bakit pa tayo nilikha?
Dagdag pa niya. Lahat ay wiling-wili sa pakikinig at ang iba'y tumatangu-tangu pa.
Now, I'm sorry if I have to cut this story right now because I have 10 minutes left and I have few more pointers to share with you. If you want to listen more to this story, I would just share with you my YouTube channel later on. Now, let's go to other tips in creating and editing our digital story or digitales. What we need first is a concise script, of course, clear sound, our pre-recorded audio files, proper lighting if we would like to shoot ourselves as part of our digitales, and of course, appealing video elements. We have here some sample video editing tools: Adobe Premiere Pro, Powtoon, Canva, Wondershare, Filmora, which I was using before, Power Director, KineMaster, and what I am using at present is Pro Show Producer. You may message me if you like to have an installer of Pro Show Producer, and I may provide it to you so you could create your own digitales. Now, let's proceed. Before we end, of course, our time together, I would like to share with you 6 basic tips for digitales or digital storytelling. And this is according to Oric in 2007 in his article entitled Tips for Digital Story, published in techlearning.com. And those 6 tips are: first, in telling the story, show, don't tell; in storyboarding, the visual outline; and in recording the voiceover, slow down. And in choosing a soundtrack, we have the dilemma whether to choose between instrumental versus lyrical. And in visual effects, less is more. And in production and presentation, it's showtime. Now let's go to the first tip, and that is show, don't tell. Now, we experience the world through our senses, and we achieve effective storytelling through creating vivid pictures with words and how we deliver or express those words. Instead of telling the audience, I was scared, why not tell them, I'm scared? Now, show it to them. Don't just tell it to them. Next tip is the visual outline or the storyboarding. Storyboarding allows us to structure the story and sync the images or synchronize the images into words. Advantage of using this visual outline or storyboarding is that it allows us to enhance our revision of the story and how we put together the sequencing of the beginning, middle, and the end. Now, for recording our voiceover, my tip is to slow down, commit ourselves in the story and to our audience, and use voice modulation and dramatize. Audience, especially young learners, need time to process the images, and that a slower pace, at least most of the time, is much more effective. And then next is instrumental versus lyrical. Which type of background music do you think is better for our digitals? Now, our answer is, of course, lyrical. A, I'm sorry, I mean instrumental. A carefully chosen soundtrack can have a dramatic effect and impact on our entire story. Pacing, emotion, point of view, and dramatic question are all enhanced with appropriate instrumental music. Conversely, a poorly chosen soundtrack can be distracting and confusing. Now, what makes a powerful soundtrack? The first rule is your soundtrack should be, of course, instrumental so that your narration or your words would simply pop out. Now, the next tip is less is more. Now, this is for our visual effects. Transitions between our images help tell the story. Transitions are superfluous and distracting and should be discouraged. It should be very, very simple. Pans and zooms can add movement to static images, and also text as an art can be an effective method for focusing our audience on a particular line. Now, remember that each of these techniques creates a different effect. Now, we must all put together these elements just to make sure that we create a very effective, digital, or very engaging storytelling video. And for the last tip, it's about production and presentation. And this tip is it's showtime. When we are creating our digitals or virtual storytelling sessions, remember that we are sharing it to our learners. We must share our talents and skills to the world. Don't be shy. Show your talents, and you may post it on Facebook, on YouTube, your personal website, or any avenue just to share your output to your audience. Remember that we are doing this for our kids. This may be a different avenue of telling stories because we are very used on telling oral stories or sharing stories in a face-to-face modality. But since now that we are still in a distance learning setup, that fact must not stop us in delivering learning continuity to our pupils. And part of that learning continuity is, of course, storytelling, an important part and parcel of literacy instruction. Now, before we end, I would like to share with you this quote by Robert McKee, and it says, storytelling is the most powerful way to put ideas to the world. Once again, I am Levin Arpabriaga, your speaker for today. If you have any questions or comments, suggestions, you may reach me through my email address, which is levin.pabriaga@deped.gov.ph. I am also on Facebook under the name Levin, that is Levin. And I also have my YouTube channel, which is under the name Teacher Levin, where you can see many sample storytelling videos which is created by myself, or also storytelling videos created by my participants in my online reading campaign, Tale Tellers. Again, thank you very much for participating and joining us today, and I hope to see you again very, very soon.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Levin, for sharing with us this new and innovative way of interacting with our learners through giving or reading them stories in a digital way. Well, ma'am, before we say bye to you because we really need to finish it before 12:30 because we have to have lunch break too. These are the questions that we would like to give. Okay, but from our participants. Before we flash the week to evaluation, let's have first a question of our participant. And the question is from Ma'am Charlene Ipin Likay Likay. Her question is, how do you envision the art of storytelling through digital to the struggling readers? I think it's like how you would cater the digitales to struggling readers.
Thank you, Ma'am Charlene, for asking that question. Well, the key of tapping or making sure that even our struggling readers benefit from these digitals is making sure that our stories are based on the abilities of our learners. We must create different types of stories which is based on their age, their level, and their comprehension level. Maybe there are available stories commercially published and maybe online which
Mhm.
has different topics and which has also different levels. Some are for 0 to 3 years old, some are 4 to 5 years old, and of course we cannot give an advanced story to
Yes.
children who belong to struggling readers. Now, as teachers, we must make sure that the materials or resources that we give to them is to contextualize to their need. So, aside from creating content which may be engaging and
Mhm.
interesting, of course, still the main consideration that we have to remember or we have to be reminded with is to make sure that it's suited to what the learners really need.
That's right. And I'm reminded of the program of SDO Navotas, like in one of their flagship projects is to have a repository of materials, because you're right, Ma'am Levin, you cannot just have one material and address it
Mm-mm.
to every learners or to all learners. Definitely you have to have differentiated materials, repository of materials, so you can really give the right material depending on the level and the characteristic of our learner. Ma'am Mary Rose, let's read or let's have the
Yeah,
second question po.
yeah. We have a question here. It says, "How digital storytelling improves learning, especially to the struggling readers?"
Mhm.
Ma'am Levin.
I think it's kind of similar to the first
Yeah, to
question,
the
ma'am.
first.
Pero
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
Yes.
let's
Mm-mm.
let's 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 revise it, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if our hosts have a question to Ma'am Levin, you can raise it too. But ma'am, how can you make it more lively to struggling
Yeah, that's
readers?
right.
Now, always to make it more livelier, not just for struggling readers, also for
Also,
everybody. Because
mm-mm.
some learners, if they are still already in the advanced level, they want to have this still a livelier
Mm-hmm.
set of materials that they want to watch. So this is not only for struggling readers, but for every type of learner or reader. Just make sure that it's always showtime. Don't be shy when creating your digital stories.
Mm-hmm.
Show your emotions not just on your voice but on your face. Make sure that you would be the reason for your learners to watch you. Nowadays, because of many influences of mass media, there are many types of content that they see on Facebook and on YouTube. And without the guidance of their parents, our learners could really not sort or choose the type of content that they watch. Now, what if you would be the reason for your learners to stop, look, and listen to you? And that's because of the beauty that you integrated on your art of storytelling. So I think that's just the secret to that. How to make sure that they would watch you, whether they are struggling readers or independent readers. Always the key for that or the secret for that is to make yourself always like you are in the television. Always make it lively. Always like you are in a show. Parang ganon.
Thank you for the tip, Ma'am Levin. And I'm sure our participants, our educators, our librarians, and reading enthusiasts will be taking note of that. Now, before we proceed to the conferment of certificates, to our technical director, may we have the evaluation of our speakers for this week. As you can see, we have the QR code on the screen. You can scan that to evaluate our speakers, or if you cannot use the QR code, you can also use the link that you can see in the ticker that is running below our screen there. The one at yung stream of words that you can
Yeah.
see that is running on our screen. There you go. And I can see a lot of good messages in our comment section, and we are really thankful that you appreciate the lineup of speakers from week one and week two. Now, we will be proceeding to the conferment of our certificate. Let's start with our first speaker, Ma'am Dre's.
Okay, now let us have the speaker. Yan. So, Republika ng Pilipinas, Department of Education, DepEd Complex, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration, through the Information and Communication Services Educational Technology Unit, awards this Certificate of Recognition to Maria Martha Manet A. Madrid for sharing her invaluable knowledge and expertise as a resource speaker on the topic entitled Teaching Reading and Writing in the New Normal on November 13, 2021, during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. Her inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy, streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 13th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines. Signed, Mark Anthony C. Head of the ICTS ETU. We have Abram Y.C. Abanil, Director for ICTS, and Elaine Delby Pasqua, Undersecretary for Administration. Congratulations and thank you once again to Maria Martha Manet A. Madrid.
Any parting words, ma'am? Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah, so thank you so much for listening. And again, thank you for the messages. I've been reading
Mm-hmm.
emails and Facebook messages. I'll try my best to reply with you. I'm grateful that you found the sharing worthwhile and the book as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Read and read and read everywhere, anytime. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Madrid, and we are very thankful for your sharing today. Now, we will be proceeding to our second speaker, which is also one of our hosts for today. Now, we will award this certificate to Miss here you go, to Miss Drazel C. Sexon for sharing her invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on a topic entitled Falling in Love with Reading, Strengthening the Bond Between the Reader and the Writer on November 13, 2021 during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. Her inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy, streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards a responsible citizenry. Given this 13th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines, signed by the head of the ICTS EdTech Unit, Sir Mark Anthony CC, Director 4 of the ICTS, Sir Abram YC Abanil, and signed also by the Undersecretary for Administration, Sir Elaine Del B. Pasco. Congratulations, Ma'am Dre's!
Thank you very much
Congratulations.
again, Cheater May and Teacher Maros, for this very wonderful opportunity. And like what I always say, we have to make sure that we fall in love with reading and we stay in love with reading. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will be proceeding to our third speaker and we will confer the certificate of recognition to none other than my EPS, Sir Marco Medoranda. Ma Mary Rose.
Ah, yes. It's a bit small on my end. Okay,
Can you read it, ma'am?
yeah. We would like to award the certificate of recognition to Sir Marco D. Medoranda for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on the topic entitled Strengthening School-Based Reading Programs in Time of Distance Learning, the SDO Navotas Experience on November 13, 2021, during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. His inputs assist in retooling,
Mm-hmm.
um, reskilling, and upskilling as educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy, streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the
Mm-hmm.
critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Am I right? Yeah. Given this
Yes.
13th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines, signed the head of the ICT ETD, am I right? Mark Anthony C. Uh, also signed by Director 4 of the ICTS, Sir Abinil. Am I right? C. Abanil. I'm sorry
Abram
because
YC Abanil.
it's quite
Mm-hmm.
small from my screen. And last but not least, signed by our Undersecretary for Administration, Sir Alain Del B. Pasqua.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Teacher May, Teacher Drace, and Teacher Maros. Continue inspiring our teachers to be advocates of reading and literacy. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank
Thank
you
you so much,
also, sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mhm. Now we will have the fourth speaker. Uh, let's confer this certificate of recognition to none other than Ma'am Mary Rose Lagunsad. The certificate of recognition is awarded to you for sharing your invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on a topic entitled From Struggling Reader to Reading Advocate, A Journey Toward Love of Learning on November 13, 2021, during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. Your inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy, streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given its 13th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines, signed by the head of the ICTS EdTech Unit, Sir Mark Anthony CC, Director 4 of the ICTS, Sir Abram YC Abanil, and the Undersecretary for Administration, Sir Elaine Del P. Pasqua. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much to the DepEd Tech Unit team, to DepEd
Mm-hmm.
Philippines. Thank you so much for this great opportunity. It's an honor for me to be able to share this love of reading to our kababayans. And as the growth mindset advocate says, remember the power of yet. We have yet to discover and uncover what is hidden in the hearts of our learners. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And not the least, last but not the least, let's have our last speaker, Ma'am Levin R. Pabriaga. Ma'am Trace, let's do the honor, or please do the honors of
Yes.
conferring
So
the certificate.
let's have our last but not the least speaker for this morning. Awards DepEd, of course, awards this certificate of recognition to Levin R. Pabriaga for sharing her invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on a topic entitled Digitales: How to Conduct a Virtual Storytelling on November 13, 2021 during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. Her inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy, streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 13th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines. Signed by the head of the ICTS ETU, Mr. Mark Anthony CC, the Director 4 of ICTS, Mr. Abram YC Abanil, and the Undersecretary for Administration, Mr. Alain Delby Pasqua. Congratulations and thank you, Teacher Levin R. Pabriaga.
Thank you to our wonderful host and also to the whole Department of Educational Technology Unit and also to all our participants today. Please stay tuned because on the following Saturdays we have more topics to
Yes.
share with you. Of course, care of DepEd Ethic Unit. Once again, thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Levin. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you
Yes.
so much,
So
Ma'am
before we
Levin.
go, Before we go, let's flash again the evaluation, the QR code that our participants will use to evaluate our week 2 speakers from Dr. Madrid, Ma'am Drace, Dr. Marco, Ma'am Mary Rose, and Ma'am Levin. Okay, so that will be the QR code that you will use for the evaluation of our speakers. And if you cannot use the QR code, you can also use the link that you can
The
see
link.
on the ticker. Yes. All right, ma'am. Let's address some of the questions muna. How will they be
Yes.
getting the certificate? They will be getting it where? They will be getting it in the PDLMS website
Yes,
po. So,
PDLMS.
yes, the PDLMS po. So that the certificates will be can be obtained in that website. That's training.dev.gov.ph. Answer the quizzes for the particular date of the webinar that you would like to get your certificate from, and that's it. That's just a 10 item evaluation. Then after you
Great.
answered everything, you will be getting your certificate of participation. Then after completing all the certificate of participation, your 4 certificates, that's the time you will be getting your certificate of recognition.
Recognition.
Nice.
Okay, but if our participants have specific questions, you can email me. That's on the memo, so you can reach me and I will answer to the best of my ability right away. Okay, that's it.
That's
So thank
right.
you so much to our participants for being with us. And for week 3, we will have more speakers that will be.
Yes.
That's right, ma'am. We look forward to more
Yes, actually,
learnings.
there's
Speaking
going
about
to be more
teaching, about
learnings.
mhm, mhm. If Ma'am Levin shared to us different tools, apps that you can use in teaching reading, using technology, we will have more of that on the week 3 of our webinar series. So I hope our participants will stay tuned and will be
Yes.
again one with us. So once again, this has been Teacher May, Ma'am
And this is
Grace.
Teacher Drace.
And this is Teacher Maros.
Bye.
Bye, everyone, and God bless us
Bye,
Bye.
all.
everyone.
So
Thank you so
long.
much.
Hello, Ma'am Riza Dahaw.
Bye.
Thank
So,
you